As always, we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah. Let's see if everything is alive and actually working upon the internet. It does seem to be that way. Shall we say it be that way? Yeah. Gonna do some work on some stuff first, and then we'll jump into the game in a little bit. But yeah, today got busy. I didn't get to. Am I exceeding my self set? This one was the. This one made 29th of September, which was indeed a week ago. So I am exceeding my own set deadlines of a video per week. But that is fine because it's a big one. And this damned guide has taken forever. And actually, yeah, for this first little bit here, I'm going to park this character here. And we are actually going to jump into the guide, as the title says there. We're going to be writing guides and preparing spreadsheets. Hey there, Salty. I mean, I'm a little bit late as I just got home. I was hoping to start an hour earlier. I was hoping actually to have a lot of time today. I got to play a few hours in the morning and then I got a call because I was supposed to be free for most of the day. And suddenly I wasn't free for most of the day. And here we are, Princess of the Universe. That's okay. I understand. Some friendly ribbon. But yeah, just to because I was really hoping to make that video today. Although, did give me a chance to shop around the guide a little bit more and get some good feedback from some people, like Rossi, Hutchler piped in as well. Maybe even Dodd's been offline. But, I think he already said like this evening he was doing something. But he might actually as well pipe in tomorrow and give some opinions. And yeah, I'm going to finish up that guide. So I'm going to take this over to here. As I was working on it and I got called away, let's make it like huge so it's legible. Let's just take the game away. We are playing the Division, but we're playing my kind of Division, which is writing guides. I'm here to write guides and chew bubblegum. And hey, anybody got some gum? Yeah, let's. Because yeah, so I wrote up parts of it. I rewrote parts of it. I want to rewrite still another few parts of it because I made basically, yeah, not really a mistake, but I should clarify on some parts. I added in opportunity costs. I'm adding in diminishing returns. This was what I was working on when I got called away. And yeah, I basically just got home as I food in front of me to eat in a second along the way because I'm a hungry boy. As I'm rereading what I wrote, just so yeah, so those parts are okay. So I was working on this spreadsheet as to make a chart out of it, which is how much. Let me actually see if it shows up correctly. How much? Actually, you know what? I really should do this because this is blinding. Why are spreadsheets white? Why is anything white still? In like any computer thing. Like, because usually I make my sheets like that just so I can like actually read it. find reading white on black so much easier than the other way around. And yeah, so this is what diminishing returns actually ends up being, is the effect of it. So we're adding in 5s per stat. This is representing stats. This is base plus stat, so calculation-wise, and then what its actual increase per step is. Then we're adding those increases together so that it becomes basically this number versus this initial number. So we're adding in, for instance, 100, let's say, weapon damage into a build. The actual increase is 70%, 0.58, 70.6%. And then, yeah, this is the difference between the two. I wanted to make percentage based. Actually, I also, first off, I want to make this and then white, or maybe like gray. Yeah, that helps legibility a little bit, I feel. Because I want this to also be in percentage wise. And yeah, my my spreadsheet foo, my abilities to spreadsheet isn't actually as good as some people believed it to be. So I'm just gonna turn everything black here up to like, let's go for a big number like 70. That's fine. Let's turn, I see a spreadsheet and I want it into black. No colors anymore. Just turn it into black. Let me actually as well turn on the tablet because I need to put OBS away so then I can at least still see chat. And if there's any questions and stuff, feel free to pipe in and ask them. I get this thing going and bring this up real quickly. Because yeah, how do I quantify this as a percentage increased? So it's the number difference between this number and 100. Actually, this needs to be plus 100, and then okay, that's gonna be annoying. Let's do it. Let's do the annoying thing. It's no longer that. So this is percentage increase versus stats. Actually, versus base. Versus what would this even actually be, the percentage increase? Kind of had it figured out in my mind, and then I got called away, which is super annoying because I don't, yeah. I had it kind of figured out. So yeah, we're gonna let's just mess around and we'll might like stumble upon it, which is usually the thing that I do. It's actually just this number from this number, right? It's this number divided by this number. Like that's all it is. Or is it the other way around? That's this number from this number. Yep. That's all it is. And then, and yeah, we can slightly will autofill correctly. Here we're doing division by 0, so let's not show that. Let's just show 0 as a number because, and then we just take this all the way down. Because at 100, no, this is this number. No, wait, what? Let's fill it all out. So this, the number that because this is like kind of how I see it always in my head, but I don't know how to put that into numbers as I'm trying to figure that out. So at this point, this should be 0.5%. Here is showing like 66.6 basically, going from that as well. So how Do I quantify? Is it the other way around? What happens if I do it the other way around, which is is this number divided by this number? Oh, this is a minus number, of course. I would need to invert it. I mean, the E15 there should have been a hint. But yeah, we did get the minus answer to the universe, the life, the universe, and everything. Minus 42. Man, how do I quantify this? This is annoying. Or do I need it to be this number plus 100? But it needs to be positive. Do I need the inverse number of this? What is the inverse number of this? Let's find out. Because this one's easy. This is just is. This one. Well, no, this is this one already. It's the other way around. So this is, well, actually, let's do it in this field because we'll get an actual answer in that field. Is this one minus this one? Yeah. And then we'll take that and autofill it out. Oh, I can just get the positive numbers just in that way. Okay, then there is no real issue. Because then I'll just actually just take this and just use positive numbers. Maybe it's easier if I actually just autofill it from here. Autofill it from here. Autofill it from here. Okay, when you shift the field left or right, it's always annoying. The spreadsheets like to think along with you. Okay, so I have a positive number there now. So I can actually use that. Okay, let's do that. So it is this number versus this number. It's basically this number, 5 divided by, I needed to go up each step. Actually, this is this number, right? So I can just take this number divided by 5, or 5 divided by this number. Either or, no, it's 5. Yeah, that number divided by 5. Okay, that's actually, why didn't I think of that first? And that's always the answer, is like, why didn't I think of that in the first place? And that's because I was looking at it in trying to put it up against one of these numbers, but I just need to have the interval. It's basically the difference in this interval versus this interval. Or actually this interval versus this. So basically it's this number divided by 5, which is each of these steps is 5. That was way too much time spent on something very easy that I forgot. We'll turn it into percentages, and this is the number I really wanted. Going from 100, one step up, we're getting a 50% instead of the full 100%. This is what diminishing returns end up being. This is why stuff diminishes in returns. And hey there, Venaville. As yeah, we're doing some spreadsheeting and some preparing for some guiding, some guides and stuff. And yeah, so I'm going to turn this into a chart. Actually, if I'm doing that this way, I want this delta to be different. I want this to be the way that one is. Yeah, I want it to be in minuses. And percentage increase versus stat. Percentage actual increase. That is the term I'm using there. And yeah, we can turn especially this part into a chart. So I would need, basically, all of this is really, this is for most people, well, I mean, I can explain it in the video and I will. But it's kind of like, will not really make sense unless you make it make sense for people. But what I hope makes sense is, as I've made this in the past, and I think it is indeed this. So if we turn these two into a chart, we get this, which is one of the lines that I want indeed. So yeah, or do I want it the other way around? No, I want yeah, no. It needs to be dropping off, and then we need to add another series, and that series is stats. Yeah, so this becomes actual increase from 0. There we go. This is what I wanted. Yay! So yeah, this is gonna go away now. We'll put this over here-ish. Hello. Can I select you? I can. Let's go over here. Now let's just plop it down there. Lucky here. So this basically shows if stats were going up. Well, this is basically multiplicative to itself versus additive to itself. Because yeah, multiplicatives would just, every time it goes plus 5%, if you had like the choice between doing it multiplicative or additive, which we don't, but just to show the difference basically is this. Every time here we go up by 5%, we're just going up by 5. Like every time we're adding in 5, we're getting 5 out. With an additive system, especially that is adding into a base, which is how the calculations in division work, every time we're adding in a 5, so for the first one we do get 5, on the second one we start already dropping to like 4.7% for that 5, then we drop to 4.5 for that 5, and then eventually once we're reaching like really high numbers, because keep in mind like crit ends up like here-ish, like 180 crit isn't a weird number for boxes per hour without contractors. It's usually like 183. Instead of those 5 points going from 175 to 180, giving you 5 extra actual damage at the end of your calculation, basically, that 5% is giving you 1.81%. And that is what this is basically. It's falling away from the actual, like the full number that it's adding in. And yeah, this is the chart I really wanted. So we're gonna take that back in here. With the add, yeah, and I need to go rewrite a lot of parts because all of these additives I need to go in there, because people will otherwise, people that have the wrong idea already will use that wrongly. Because, and I do it myself as well, but and I need to be clear with those things, is that yeah, when we're talking about additive or multiplicative, it's to itself, is basically the thing with it. Because if you don't add in that to itself part, it isn't coherent. But usually when we are talking about additive or multiplicative, we're talking about the part of it to itself, because everything else is multiplicative to others, except of course like crit chance and well, crit damage and headshot. Like that's like literally the only thing that is like additive to itself and additive to another thing and then multiplicative to the rest. So, but people of course use multiplicative like wrong in the way that they use it for Fox and stuff, which isn't multiplicative. It's not multiplicative to itself. And the part of it that is multiplicative is the same multiplicative that like total weapon damage is and weapon damage is and crit damage is and everything else is. This is where the additive system at the point multiply against other numbers increases to numbers per point added to the existing, blah, 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 blah. made the publish system from there. Yeah. So below is a chart showing how the div to itself system will fall away from full increases is that how I want to from fall away as actual increase versus multiplicative to itself. Stat. Can I copy this over? I've never tried. We shall find out. Link to spreadsheets. Oh yeah. Haha. Let's center this. I can make this smaller. Can I, if I change the background color in here, well, that's, I mean, that'll break everything though. Not that one. I always forget how you actually even do that. There we go. Customize. Background color. Okay. And then I need to then, where's color in this? You know what, I'll just make it a little bit more gray. It's not like full. That doesn't improve legibility. A little bit, yeah. Just a little bit. Things too white. If I refresh now, does that insta refresh itself? I've made way too many small stuffs for this. Let's update it. Got a little bit grayer, which is nice. And yeah, the thing is, how do I explain this in words? As I'm derived from this spreadsheet. Chart derived from this spreadsheet. I super hate now that, like, whenever you put a semicolon, it goes like, oh, you want to do an emoji. I never want to do an emoji. Like, I haven't wanted to do an emoji ever. So, go away. We'll do that. making it a little bit not small. Oh, give it a graphics pass basically at the end of it. From this, we can see. That's the thing. Like I keep writing stuff like that, which is kind of like how I would script this. Like I would say, from this we can see, but I wouldn't write it like this. I would write this shows. This shows how. The system additive to itself. System is worse returns point added into already existing tools. Should just use Cortana or something. Just type for me. I'm talking it out anyway. And how each addition to that tool will give worse and worse worse and worse and worse 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 and worse diminishing return. I think dot is one that is also actually against the term diminishing returns. I feel I was looking for I remember him doing a video or something on some of that, but I couldn't find it. I went looking for it, but to those pools actually. Google is right there. Gibbs is also right there. Man, modern tools make it so much easier to write. It just pops up going like, are you sure you want to be dumb? Would you like us to make you look smart? Right click here and alter this word. It's kind of, yeah, that's kind of it. Because I kind of need to explain this. Like all of these are kind of visual and they kind of work in the guide, but you kind of also need to just understand them to understand them. But in a video, I can kind of go over it, you know, bring out my red circle, go like, hey, at this point, it's like the same. And the more and more that we add in, it's less and less. Like Fox's prayer is going like up to here and it's barely diminished. Weapon damage is like all the way up here and it's pretty diminished. And crit damage is kind of all the way up here and it's super diminished. Or giving worse and worse returns per point. That's actually the way to say it. Okay, so I'm happy with this, and this was kind of the last thing that I want in this video to be, because it's already going to be so long of a video that I was kind of considering maybe splitting it up into 2 parts, or like going over some simple parts. And because yeah, what only needs to happen now is I'm going to give it a pass over, and I'm just going to make sure that I'm not leaving in any just additives. So additive or multiplicative needs to be additive to itself or multiplicative to itself. Is the thing of it. Because yeah, for these starting parts, I basically did that for most of them. Or I basically define what it is. So SVD is additive to all AVD and together form one number before multiplying against the rest. So that's how I'm wording it all the way up there. But then later I got sloppy. It's making sure that also in these, so yeah, I can crit damage that to that shot from one number before multiplying against the rest. Transition. Actually, I don't define this here. Why not? At the point of transition between enemies over both, the amount of usable power. Yeah, that's actually that I need to change, I think. Oh, actually, no, that's why I did like that. So here I'm only defining when stuff is additive between stats, and then the how it calculates part here is, yeah. So these two are together, are additive from all sources, and then multiply. This is the part where I go into that. So that's fine. Because yeah, this started to get a lot chunkier if I wanted to do it like that. So I'm just dealing it with those. And this one's fine. And here I'm defining it well. So this is the part where like the definition happens, and there I'm doing it correctly anyways. But this is the important part. Like additive or multiplicative really doesn't mean anything upon itself. You need to have additive from all sources and then multiplicative to all the rest. But usually when we're talking about additive or multiplicative, we're talking about if it's additive from its own sources or if it's multiplicative to its own sources. That's like the part where we talk about additive versus multiplicative. This one as well, I'll just do to itself. Self means that the set is adding things. Should I maybe read these out? Is that maybe handy? Can as well kind of see if people have questions or something. What I can do as well is actually put the link in chat again if people want to have a look at it. It's a shared Google Doc, so it's available already. Let me catch up here with that spell check again. Well, actually, will this actually correct? I think it always did. So towards the end, like if we sign this, for instance, IKEA, I think it's yeah. No, actually, it doesn't know what it is, but yeah. My name, it doesn't like my name. So I need to write my name without spell check. So and Hader Muddy as well. Well, yeah, that would take too long, I feel. Frozen Friend says, yeah, you can kind of go read it. I'm just gonna read through it like in. Well, let me read it out because then I'll also like read it all. I'll catch the mistakes much more handily if I. Because yeah, there is an explanation part of it. That one part is basically cut and dry and just explaining it. That's like the intro, like the start part of the thing, going over the how exactly the calculation is, what the stat pools are, then defining all of the stat pools, then showing where all of the stat pools come from. So like stuff like what weapon damage, all weapon damage, like showing visually where it comes from. I feel that already as well. A lot of people struggle with. And yeah, for instance, that thing, total weapon damage, like showing either from the stat screen or from the talents itself, and what amps are and how they're like worded. How it calculates is a section, of course, because we need to define that. Although from the calculation you can get this, but this is just defining it in words as well. Let me actually read this from here because that initial part I'm pretty like confident in. I've like rewritten that part. A lot of people have looked at it. These later parts I've been adding in later because this is going more into explaining, and explaining is kind of hard. I understand the system, I feel, well enough, but it's a different thing from like you understanding it for yourself and then trying to explain it to others, and especially trying to create visual tools to explain it to others, which is something that I have done in the past. For instance, like a chart like this one I have made in the past just by accident sometimes, like just showing the numbers, showing like 7 numbers, and then going like, see here, this number is like over here-ish, and then this one is like way under it and stuff like that. But I feel especially, for instance, something like this kind of explains additive and stuff. Well, we'll reach out in a second. Yeah, let me just read through it. I'll just read it out loud, and yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask, because actually, yeah, questions would be handy here if you have something like is incomprehensible because I could maybe like incorporate as well questions already to rewrite maybe parts of it to make it clearer and stuff. But yeah, so we go into then why it's useful, and then knowing this lets us mostly do two things. One is prediction, the other is verifying. Yeah, of course, prediction and verifying is basically what all of like the scientific method is for. Once you understand the system, you can predict how a system will react. Like once you understand that like steel bends at like this, we can calculate it out. You can make like 3D models and stuff and predict how a building will react when you build it. That kind of stuff. But then here, yeah, I write it out as prediction is what we do when we calculate out a build by putting in the stats into a damage calculator. We can get the average damage and by extension the DPSs of a build. By having it be in stat form in a spreadsheet, we can alter parts of it and see the outcome. This is what we use to compare if one brand may be able to give you better outcomes over another, for instance, for instance. That always reads a little bit weird. The other is verifying, where we use it to check if stated stats are actually what they are stated to be. Famously, stuff like Striker, the status effect weapon talents, Intimidate, and Sledgehammer are all not the stat they state they are. And by knowing the amount, we can add it into different pools and put it as a separate multiplier and verify what stat they actually are. As the calculation that matches in game will show. Good thing I read it out loud. That matches in game will show what it actually is calculating as, which is basically what we did with like the X0 a few days ago. And basically this will be a separate video as well of me showing how to like do verification like that, because people seem to be struggling with it, even people that are kind of like understand somewhat of the calculation and stuff, because I want other people to like do that part, as I was kind of hoping with like X0 that other people would do it in the PDS. Basically nobody did up until like we did it on stream there. Let me catch up here as well. And hey there, Essie. As yeah, we're going through some final parts of the guides. I'm reading it out loud now here as well, seeing if we have any errors, catching the final errors, and if there are any questions or maybe even like recommendations from in chat, we can add those in, because yeah, tomorrow I'll be making this video. Tomorrow I have plenty of time. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, do a backflip and hopefully it will. But yeah, basically having this guide done, I can kind of like I can do this in one take basically if I need to. So might not be the greatest, but it'll work. And yeah, so we're going then into quirks and then starting off with additive versus multiplicative. And the annoying thing is I feel, because I'm putting headers here, but this whole thing is kind of going over like separate multipliers are also like showing up here. Additive versus multiplicative is kind of also showing up at the end part here. Like all of those things. But I've given up on trying to rewrite. I've rewritten these parts like 17 times now. I feel now they're pretty short and coherent, because they used to be like this used to be like 17. It was like 8 paragraphs or something of this size, which yeah was a bit much. But yeah, let's go into additive versus multiplicative. And additive to itself means that a stat is adding into an already existing pool, as said in the how it calculates section, comma. It is everything that states additive from all sources. True multiplicatives are either some talents that are multiplicative to themselves, or only have one source and are called amplified damage, or amps for short. Because technically, like these amps, like this is just division talk. Amps are basically multiplicatives that have no other source. Like they're single source multiplicatives, which means that yeah, they're not multiplying against themselves because there's nothing else to multiply. Like you can't have two glasses, so you can't have two half full glasses making one full glass. But the full glass is already full. My mind is already going, and we're just getting started, so that's nice. In effect, the same percentage. Should I write this out? People get this, right? Percentage, like you percent. Yeah, will be better if you can get it as a separate multiplier. But in game, there are no real places where you can really. There are no real places where you can really where you. let's take that second really out. But there are no real places where you can make a choice in that way, as it usually a multiplicative, as it is usually multiplicative / amp. Let's do it like that. Let's use verbiage from division, like glass plus Vg going up against additive, like focus plus Vg, and in those and in play, those are played differently. Also, the example of focus versus glass is a good way of showing that it's not that it's just if it is a separate multiplier. That's a bad sentence, but we'll leave it as is. Or additive to an existing pool, that is the most important thing, as focus adds in so much to total weapon damage that at full stacks, it easily beats glass that is an amp, which is important. Like, it doesn't matter if it's something is additive or multiplicative to itself, it's how much. There's a 60 that is like in a pool that is diminished a little bit versus glass that is full at 30, like the 60 still wins. It is important to know that also in effect, comma, so this needs a comma, that in effect, if for instance a stat is only from one source, you can consider it a separate multiplier. So if glass versus focus on striker, so if it is glass versus focus on striker, running the striker backpack that has no other sources of total weapon damage, then focus is acting as a separate multiplier, as it is the only source in that total weapon damage pool. Sure. Oh, like this one should be like, this is the starter. That's like the tip of the iceberg, and then we're going in deeper. And yeah, every stat in a pool adds into its pool. Yeah, I'm gonna reword this. Every additive to itself stat self stat adds into its pool, into its stat pool. Let's just do it like that. Its stat pool, and then multiplies against the other pools, meaning that if we could have 5% going into an already filled in pool like weapon damage, or it is going into a fresh pool in the way of an unfilled stat or amp, that comma, let's put in a comma there, that will act as a separate multiplier, then the missing an N there, then the separate multiplier will be the way to go, as adding into an existing pool will give diminishing returns when viewed as the final outcome. So yeah, here's like in separate multipliers, I'm talking about diminishing returns, which like come in later. As an example, in the following spreadsheet, I've made all the stats of a glass plus Vg high-end red as they are in the calc as it exists, as they are in the calc. That's a weird way of saying it. As they are in the game. Yeah, that makes more sense. A little bit more. Like, it's basically how it actually is. I feel people will get that from just a number. As they are in the game. Yeah. The second is a version. The second version is if everything was only additive to each other instead comma, instead of multiplicative. The third is if every stat was always multiplicative, so every instance of every stat would be self-multiplicative. And yeah, feel this spreadsheet is a kind of a cool one, and will kind of show up in a few places as well. As yeah, we go into how normal glass is, and then if like literally everything was additive, in all ways, so nothing multiplying against itself, and like our damage drops by a ton. And then if everything was self-multiplicative, so all sources of like weapon damage and stuff, and crit damage from all of its sources was multiplicative to itself, yeah, like compare this crit damage of like 183 versus like this one where it's like each instance is self-multiplicative. Like it's a humongous difference in numbers. And yeah, even Detox going from being additive to itself, it was like self-multiplicative. Jumps up a little bit. Because it's a 10% times 8%, so that's 80% instead of 18. So yeah, multiplicatives have a way of getting away from you. That's also why most games don't give you many sources of it, because yeah, once you start adding in a few of them together, it just starts rolling away. Yeah, this kind of like shows like how crazy the damage would be in that, but it kind of shows like, yeah, why additives are better than multiplicatives, I feel, in a good way. Also at the bottom, I'm for instance putting striker talent that is currently additive to itself as a pool. Let's put in a comma here that's currently additive to itself as a pool. And then we're gonna end that sentence instead of continuing it on. In the first, let's also break this up into being separate sentences, and is this, yeah. As I have a habit of putting continuing sentences on sometimes for way too long. That's a little bit more readable, kind of also what I've done here. And yeah, and then same with striker basically, but it's only its stat. So in the past, of course, it was self-multiplicative, but then with different values, so it wasn't this. But this is basically what Heartbreaker used to be, self-multiplicative. And yeah, here, of course, it's just 100 stacks of 1 being 100, and this is self-multiplicative, and it ends up as at 100 stacks being 170%. And actually, even if you went like to 200 stacks, so it wouldn't be this number in there, but with 200 self-multiplicative stacks of 1, which like the chest striker's bonus would be if like this existed at any point. It didn't, of course. Or doesn't, then yeah, it will be a ton. Because yeah, adding in 100 stacks, we go to 600 suddenly being the multiplier value. That's kind of how, yeah, self-multiplicatives get away from you. That's why, yeah, most games don't use many, or if they do, it's small numbers for a few stacks. Yeah, read that part out. In a more relatable way, it is this that pushes good high-end red builds towards diversifying their multiplier by going for DTA and detox over stacking even more CHD. Let's put this as let's put all of these as capital letters. Just that it reads as did I haven't talked about stats anywhere else really. So yeah, here too, total weapon damage I've done correctly. Yeah. Making sure I'm actually capitalizing those, because then, like, to me this reads then as a stat basically. As a final output, we'll be better off with 8%, the same capital DTOC. From Fox as prayer, let's not confuse too many people by not stating the full words. And yeah, as wells apparently are like that. From I'm gonna add Provi to my personal dictionary. It is already in my personal dictionary in my head, so CHD. As a final, will be better off the 8% DTO damage targets that recover from Fox's Prayer into a pool that will only contain the weapon's attribute as well. Over adding in 15 crit damage from a Provi or Grupo brand bonus towards a heavily filled input. And then we'll go into opportunity cost, additive to itself pools. Self stats. Let's go with stats. Within a multiplicative system, such as the calculation that the damage calculation. Let's actually that div2 uses comma lead to preferring new pools over for the final output if they have multiple sources. This is because in effect the pools are increasing by the stated amount and not the whole output when you add into an already existing pool. So here we're going like deep into the forest. I feel this will lose a lot of people. But yeah, I'm hoping to explain it. Hey man, did you read up on, as I'm catching up on chat there for a second. Hey man, did you read up on Turlo that vigilance was actually a bug? Thank God for that. Yeah, I was guessing as much because undocumented things like that, they can't like, I mean, they might still not fix it. It might end up as will not fix. But at least it's good confirmation that it was unintentional, because a thing like that, they can do it. They can kind of get away with it even as well, because it's only really affecting like a few outlier builds that most of the player base won't even know. Like Regulus builds are, or like Headhunter or the Hunter's Fury Regulus build or Determined D50 builds isn't a common build for like 95% of the player base. Of course, for the player base that is like active and very active and vocal, it is very much there, of course. But because it's basically just that build and just Hunter's Fury SMGs, basically, that would be affected by it, because you don't run it on. Well, you don't have vigilance on Striker most of the time, so you don't care about it. High-end reds already, like most people have given up on shields for high-end reds, I feel. Well, I mean, Regulus builds in general. So the high-end one as well, of course, will use it. But yeah. And hey there, Kano. And indeed, we're going over the guide, and I'm putting the finishing touches towards it because I got called away today and had to abandon it halfway. So I'm just want to finish it, have it ready. Tomorrow I'll just turn it into a video. I'm still getting some feedback as I'm shopping it around to a few people, as like I put it into a few group chats that I'm in, and got some feedback from Hutchler, from Rossi, from a few others as well. Azur hasn't responded yet. And Dodd is away, so he'll likely see it in the morning. Although I'm going to guess he will not like this final section of diminishing returns, but it's my life. Yeah, we'll just buy the amount stated. Right? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, let's finish this up, because then we can move on to video gaming. This is because in effect I'll was increasing the stated amount and not the whole. Should I do a comma and? Comma ands are like wrong things to do, right? I keep always doing them. I feel I'm getting away with it because, yeah, I feel sometimes people are like, you shouldn't do that, but I don't know why I shouldn't do that, because, although yeah, usually and you just break for it anyway. And not the whole output when you add into an already existing pool. Multiplicatives and separate multipliers will increase the final output by the amount stated. Like this kind of needs this visual thing, which I'm happy I made. I wanted to make something like this for a while, and we'll go into what it actually is in a second, because it's actually here. As this needs to start with a capital letter, because it is a new paragraph. Underneath is shown 3 bars. 3. Is this like the right wording? It's shown 3 bars made up of 4 chunks, right? This is 3 bars made out of 4 chunks. Representing pools adding adding up to a whole. In the first, we have without anything added. We have it without anything added in. In the second, we're adding 15% into an already existing pool, taking the pool and making that, or wait, we're doing 15%, right? Yeah. As I'm going 15% here and then saying 10% there. Good thing I read that. Taking the pool and making it 15% larger. In the third, we are adding in a new pool of just 15%. So this I should add in maybe additive to itself. We're adding in 15% additive to itself. Into an already existing pool, taking the pool and making that 15% larger. Taking that pool, maybe. In the third, we're adding a new pool of just 15% of the whole. 15%. So this I want to add in multiply, like new pool. I'm already saying like new pool, right? Like this. In the third, we're adding in a new pool of just 15% of the whole. So I'm hoping that's like kind of clear for people. And the second is how additive to an already existing pool will act. The third is how I'm doing. let's do these consistently, because I'm doing second here as this, and then not as a word, but the third. Is how a new separate multiplier will act. Because this is kind of the reason why additives as well in a system like this. Because if we're adding 15 plus 15 to percent to like added just a pool, we're just increasing this pool by 15. And that's in multiplying against the rest, so we're keeping this. But if we're doing a new pool, because it is 15%, it's basically doing 15% of this entire bar. Instead of just doing from this red bit, it's doing from the entire thing. Meaning that the effective increase is 15 plus 15, as if it's a plus 15 additive stat to all the stats that exist already. So I'm hoping this is kind of clear, but also in the video, I will explain it a little bit deeper, because yeah, this kind of needs that kind of explanation. But in wording, that's like a paragraph and a half to explain it like that. Whereas if I just like hover over it with a red, with my red circle and talk about it, I feel people will understand it. Also to answer Vino Builder, what's wrong with vigilance? Haven't seen this currently. I'm gonna guess then as well it's actually a thing, because for a bit there as well we weren't sure if it was just visual. But if your shield gets hit in the past, it used to be that if you had vigilance up and your shield got hit and not yourself, you would not lose vigilance. You would need to take personal damage for you to take for vigilance to drop away. Currently, if you're holding out your shield, vigilance will break even if only your shield is getting hit. So any build that is using shield and vigilance is currently a little bit nerfed. But yeah, they seem to, if it's on the Trello board, as Skiba says there, then hopefully they will fix it. But it could also end up as a will not fix, because some things in there work like that. But they will likely fix it, because there's already a little bit of backlash because of it. And yeah, this shows what is happening when we add into one pool additively instead of increasing the whole. When we add 15% into all weapon damage, we are increasing that one pool in size by 15%. And when we're adding in an amp like spotters, 15%, we're increasing all the pools by 15% as we are adding in a separate multiplier that will increase them all. This is the I can put this on a new line. This is the reason increasing in, actually we should end this sentence there, because that sentence is a little bit run on at that point. This is the reason that increasing into a new and not heavily diminished multiplier is giving better returns per point. So when we can, We want to diversify. When we can't, comma, we want to diversify. That comma might not be needed with fine. Let's over comma it. When we can, we want to diversify our multipliers over adding into existing pool if it's the same value. In actual game, of course, we don't get to as easily pick between the two, and it will depend. As for instance, with focus versus glass, as we discussed earlier. But yeah, you usually don't get to just go like, oh, I want it to be multiplicative. Like, okay, good luck. Like, you know, it's additive. Take it or add it. And yeah, then we go into diminishing returns, which is the thing I feel like I've rewritten this like 17 times. This is like the best it's gonna get. I'm hoping people will understand it. It's kind of hard to explain, I feel, in the end. Showing this kind of helps, I feel, but still, in words, trying to explain it is like hard. With the additive to itself part of a system, we also, we also get diminishing returns when viewed as the final outcome. This is because if you add, for instance, 10% to 130%, in the case of adding in Fenris, let's put a comma there as well. In the case of adding in Fenris into an all-red striker, for example, we aren't getting a full 10% over the whole output. Going from 130 to 140 is an actual increase. Let's use the word actual increase there, because that's usually the term I use for it. Actual increase of 4.35%. So yeah, we're putting in 10 weapon damage into here. We're getting out 4.35%, and that is I should do comma. That is coming from, I kind of like said it there as well. That is coming from 240 divided by 230 to give this multiplier, which is that, where that's 4.3% is coming from. Actually, I should deal with this as a multiplier, maybe. Because then this just moves up. This just moves up, right? 2.40 divided by 2.30. Yeah, because here we'll get, no, we still won't. It's going to be the same number, of course, so it doesn't matter. As an increase over the whole. Yeah. I'm hoping people, like, do I need to explain that if a number comes out at like this, that if this is the actual increase, that this is just 4.35%? Like, people get this, right? Like, if it's 1 point this percentage, or 1 point this, that this number is converted to a percentage is like this part goes away and then this is like the percentage amount. All right? I'm hoping. We'll see. Because I'm not going to explain all that, because that will be another paragraph, basically. And the reason it is 240 as a representation of the final stat in there and not 140 comma, is that in the calculation, we add in that 100% as the representation of the base / principal. This is also the reason why within additive systems that are point multiply against other numbers, increases to existing pool quickly start to give worse and worse returns per point added into existing pools. And that has made it a popular system for many games, as that is what's somewhat self-regulating. No single stat is worth overspending inside these systems, because this is like, it's a system that Division uses, like Diablo uses, WoW uses, like so many games use. The only kind of quirky thing about Division is really only headshot plus crit damage being additive to each other. But within the game of Division, it kind of makes sense that those two are. Because otherwise, it would change the balance of builds, basically. And yeah, below is a chart showing how the additive to itself system will fall away as an actual increase versus multiplicative to itself stat. And here I'm using additive and multiplicative to itself correctly. We go into this chart. I need to basically visually explain this chart. There's no right. The guide I can't like 50 paragraphs. But yeah, and going into words, I can kind of, with a circle, I can just go in here and show it. The chart is derived. Let's not. let's do it right. The chart is derived, not chart is derived. From this spreadsheet, this shows how the additive to itself system gives worse and worse returns per point. Per point added into an already existing pool, and how each addition to those pools will give worse and worse diminishing returns. And I just basically need to visually explain this. There is no guide making here. I'm happy with that. We did the final pass on it. It's okay. I mean, it's good. Actually, at this point, I'm happy with it. It's okay. And it's using like, this is my guides folder, and yeah, actually, well, it's cleaned up fully now. I'll be adding it as well, like below the stream at some point, as one of like the thingies, the banners, and also adding in a chat command for it. But I'll link it here as well, actually, for now. So I'll put it in chat. But yeah, this one especially has like, some of them have supporting drawings, which are inside of them, but then they're showing up here. So they're basically numbered in the same way as the build collection, like 1.0, and then the supporting files are like 1.1 and 1.2, and then it goes to 2 and stuff like that. This one has 4 supporting files at this point, which is more than any has come before it. But also, of course, this is like a heavy subject, because especially, yeah, like this initial part, like this part, and like up to kind of like, well, actually, I kind of like up to here. It's kind of explained in a lot of videos. Like people have gone over this. Hatchler, for instance, has done a really well job explaining the basics and even going into what stats, what talents especially are in what stats pool. I'm not going into it in that depth. I'm just going like, we'll do the follow-up video basically for that kind of thing. But I feel especially going into like these parts, I can add some understanding, talking about like additive versus multiplicative, talking about separate multipliers, talking about opportunity cost, and trying once again to explain diminishing returns. As that one I feel is like the one a lot of people always very much struggle with. Let's add him back the game into this scene before we go in, and yeah, let's close this up. And I was kind of considering actually as well preparing, but we'll skip that because I want to play video games. I'm here to chew bubblegum and play video games, and hey, look, there's my gum. Because yeah, I kind of want to do her manhunt, finishing off kind of all 4 characters as they are with manhunting. And then I kind of actually want to jump on the new account and continue on and maybe do the summit with them. I kind of want to get them, really try to get them Memento backpack, because I want to make the Heartbreaker for them, the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Because yeah, likely either tomorrow or Sunday. It kind of depends. Maybe Monday. Hopefully not. Likely more the weekend. I'll go and do the Heartbreaker Tech Tank Showcase live. Was kind of thinking of also preparing like the spreadsheets for that one today. That's why it's also said writing guides and preparing spreadsheets. I don't want to, so I'm not gonna. I'll do it later. It's not a hard one to prepare, so I'll do it later, or maybe even at the end of the stream this evening. I feel I've bored people enough a little bit. So let's load this one in, and let me catch up here as well. Okay, I'm gonna use vigilance. I'm a high in DPS, and I never use shield with that. I mean, yeah, then you will not run into it. But yeah, it's mostly in the because there's also a lot of the vocal people, including me, kind of. As well.
Safe area entered.
That run, especially Regulus builds, either in High-End or Hunter Fury, because there you really do use that shield to keep up vigilance. You just take the hits a little bit and just Regulus back. And there, of course, it kind of hurts. But yeah, it's just an undocumented change and was weird. And it's good that they are likely reverting it. But also, I would be good with it either way. Like, I feel too many people, because especially, Even with the Regulus, you kind of need it, especially on that first shot. Usually your first shot is going out uncontested anyway. You're going in and you're not getting shot at yet before you take that first shot, if you're doing it right. You usually don't aggro them first and then take your first headshot. But yeah, so I think I sent out words, just not now sure which stat is additive and which is multiplicative. Okay, so the thing is, it kind of depends on how you define stats. Because actually, yeah, we didn't go over it in when I was talking about it there, but actually earlier on in the guide, it kind of defines the stats and which are additive to itself. So, and the thing as well there is to actually understand is that currently, so depends again how you define those terms, is that you always have to kind of define, and I will go, I should maybe as well put that in the guide, but I'll likely just talk about it in the video, is you have to define if it's additive to itself or multiplicative to itself, and then additive to others or multiplicative to others. The to itself or to others part is very important in that. Like saying additive or multiplicative without that is kind of like saying energy. If the discussion is clear, like if like two, people are talking about something and it's obvious that it's like electrical energy or potential energy or kinetic energy or something like that, you can kind of infer. But otherwise, you kind of have to go like, okay, no, this is kinetic energy. Because you also might have someone going like, oh man, I can totally feel the energy of this plant, and they're using the same word. But yeah, so that kind of is happening with additive and multiplicative, because a lot of people use it wrong, because every person that has ever said Fox's Per is multiplicative or DTA is multiplicative from contractors isn't. Basically isn't. DTOC, DTA, DTH are all stats. That's also, I'm basically going to define them. They're all basically just stats. All of those stats are additive to themselves, multiplicative to the other. So they're a pool that they all add into from all sources. So in the case of DTA, for instance, you might not have a different one, a different source from it, which will be common for high-end red, for instance. But for DTOC especially, you will have a different source for it. You will have it on the weapon as well, so it's additive from there. And that is important to add. Because usually for other games as well, when we're talking about additive or multiplicative, we're talking about that to itself part. Because that's most of the places are, you have everything is multiplicative to each other, and then it depends on if the stat itself is additive or multiplicative to itself. And Division is really the only game I feel I've ever had where large parts of the player base use it in the wrong way. And I kind of understanding the damage calculations for one, where you did have a lot more self-multiplicative. So currently, there are only really two stats that are also multiplicative to themselves. So they're So if you were to say it out, it would be multiplicative to itself and multiplicative to others. But if it's already multiplicative to itself, it's already multiplicative. Those are the true multiplicatives. And other games do those a lot. So many games. All of the Diablos, WoWs and stuff, they have stats that are in that. And also Division 1 had a lot more stats that were self-multiplicative as well. So multiplicative to itself. In Division 2, it's only Hunter's Fury that is self-multiplicative and Intimidate currently that is self-multiplicative. So it's multiple stacks, and then also it's also multiplying against itself. But once it's actually multiplying against itself, it doesn't really matter that it's also multiplying against others, because it's it's already you could just spread it out and it wouldn't change it. Once it's self-multiplicative, it has to be multiplicative to others because it's already multiplying against itself. Because in Division, actually, it doesn't really make sense to use the terms additive or multiplicative. Unless you're really what I'm doing there, which is to write them out as a guide. Because there we use really the term amps. And amps, what really amps are basically single source multiplicatives. They are multiplicative in that way. So something like glass, but likely as well underneath are self-multiplicative, but we don't have any more sources of it. Stuff like opportunistic or stuff like that. You can't have two opportunistics up at the same time. You can't have like glass on the chest and the backpack, you know, self-multiplying and stuff. So, except for instance for intimidate, which is self-multiplicative. But yeah, I'm hoping that video will kind of like shed some light on it, and and also yeah, let's see if I can get it under 4 hours. Nah, I mean it's gonna be like, I'm hoping 40-ish minutes. I'm kind of like just reading through there. I feel that is. So one thing I am hoping for is somebody hasn't done the manhunt and wants to do it. Because I, on this character, do not have, this is the character that hasn't done or doesn't do any of the side missions. So I would kind of need someone else's world. And if somebody is willing to provide that, so that maybe I jump on somebody else, then that would be appreciated. Although even maybe if I can just steal the world and then just join and leave, basically. Otherwise, I will log in my alt account in a second and just use them for it. Because yeah, as well, tomorrow, actually, did I put this Kingbreaker back? Tomorrow we'll be doing the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, so I kind of want to play it now as well. Yeah, let's put this extra Kingbreaker in here. My grade 1 is as well. Yeah, if you would be willing, Salty. If you can let me know when I can jump upon you. You know, so yeah, if you want to join as well for it, I don't know if you are interested in doing a manhunt. But yeah. Because I also briefly want to check. So this slot is prepared, even though this is saved as this Eclipse. I'm going to put the Ortiz in there. One thing I still want to... Oh, well, the X0. I should call it X0. Everybody's calling it X0. I should call it X0 too. One thing I haven't completely checked is the fire, of course. It's one of the weird points where the fire tick isn't really that important. So status effect and skill damage both give the same amount of increase to even status effects, or fire, for instance, from such a thing. But the status effect, of course, adds in duration. But with the turret kind of continuously setting things on fire, kind of going like, maybe it would be a good idea to put skill damage on it. And then it would be...
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Thank you there, Salty. And it would be interesting to maybe mess about with it, and because that would also increase the hit damage of it.
Safe area detected.
And yeah, I don't know if you're wanting to stick around with me, Salty, or do you want me to hop on off?
You have been promoted to
So one thing we need to do, because if you can, because I'm going to give you group leadership back for a second. If you're okay with it. If you can set the world to heroic, because if I set the world to heroic, it will become my world once again, because it will give me leadership of it. And then if you can, yeah, put that on, and maybe Fog of War and the one other easy one, whichever one that was. I can't see the normal directives here. Oh, no regen, of course, that's the easy one. Sexual well-being. Hey, there's Ander. It's like, well, I mean, they're being smart, and but yeah, how are you doing, Xander? I saw you were roaming around some other games, some Starfields and some other things. Miserable as usual. That's our Xander. Yeah, there we go.
You are now group leader.
Okay. And what was that about having to swap characters? Oh, you before doing the was, or is this just like a super watch alt? Okay, kind of notice what it is now. It is a little bit gray, Dabadiva. Okay.
You are no longer.
Yes, then I'll already start walking towards this manhunt. And yeah, if anybody else is interested in joining us, as we'll go do a fresh manhunt, we'll go through and get it all done. But yeah, feel free to say so. And definitely, money if you want to just join up on me. And yeah, if you have me on the list, feel free to just jump on me. If you don't have me on the list and you want to, feel free to ask
You have been promoted to group leader.
for it.
Another agent has joined your
Yeah, I hit it Tuesday. I got in like full on old fashioned farming mode. Went around with a determined hotshot build and basically banged it out. Mostly because as well I wanted access to the Iron Lung, so that I could add it into the burst and DPS, the burst and sustain and damage per mag tables, which I still haven't done actually. So I was kind of thinking of doing that today as well. But this is Muddy online, or I saw them booting up. I'll let's grab this because we'll start moving in for the CP. Oh yeah, on this money. Let's deal with because likely there's going to be a named group here. Let's maybe murder them. It would be rude not to, but then also means we'll be dealing with the territory control kind of. So, but yeah, let's go make a mess. And I'm standing in front of way too many things, and I know that, but I still did it. Let's make it less things. An uncharged up Heartbreaker is not gonna do well against that many enemies. But it still didn't break my shield. Like I did something stupid and I still like didn't pay the price. That is kind of the point of tech tanks. You get to be dumb and get away with it.
Watch the flanks.
hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, kind of setting up here. The territory control
Another agent is now
will
in your group.
kind of be over here-ish in a second as sniper dice. It's kind of holding out there for a second just to get a heal on my shield. There's a Muddy there loaded in on me. I was like, wait, how did they spawn on top of me? And the answer was, they didn't. We did. Also, actually, just what even is what does that ad even imply? like that you were talking about. Although of course, yeah, it's directed ads, so yeah, maybe, maybe. What are you going hard on? Because you added 12 more descent comms, and I was thinking I was done with doing the weekly analysis. Yeah, they did add in 12, and luckily for me, there is 16 weeks to the season, because she let me cancel this bounty for already, meaning that I can catch up as I was 4 watches or 4 recordings behind. So by the end of the season, hopefully I'll be back up. Because I didn't do descent for the first 4 weeks because I don't jump into new game modes right away. Usually I just let them simmer a little bit. They'll be there. There's no need to rush it. Waiting for my allies to set up, and let's go start the party.
Flanking our unit. All right.
As we pom our way, I'm gonna go sit on this side, pushing them kind of into my allies, because this is kind of the nice thing that bruisery builds can sometimes do is kind of push people back. But actually, I think it's, yeah, maybe they ran away from me a little bit, but
They're gonna flank. Don't let them pin you down.
I'm gonna call for the backup already. Oh, why can I not fire there? Oh, that's why.
Reinforcements incoming.
Mostly to get them here faster. And yeah, the final wave spawns, just watch out because they did spawn somewhat behind us. Okay, we're gonna push into these guys. Because we might get rogues, you need to call them in before you kill the last enemies of the attack wave to even be able to get rogues. But also to get them kind of over here, because yeah, the way they're coming in, if the enemies spawn over there, they'll just push each other.
Incoming hostiles detected.
They're likely from that way. Because from the other way, we would have seen them by now. I don't have the accuracy for this, but also don't want to push in too far into them because they might spawn from the other end, and that will mean me running that way and then running all the way back. So I'm just gonna linger around here, put out some damage. The thing happened there that I was fearing. The assault team is kind of hitting into these guys, and they're not moving up. Just have a look if they're coming from the other side. I'm gonna guess they are. And I'll just go clean up this side. Because likely they're coming from the other side, because nothing else is here. But yeah, I'll clean them up so that they can push into us. And I've played on that new third account so much that I'm still kind of used to looting the way that I loot on them, which is to look a little bit too long at stats just to make sure I'm not throwing away any of the stats that I need or something. As I get a request there, I'll accept that in a minute. But also, yeah, if that person is interested in joining us, I would recommend doing so pretty quickly before we actually complete this CP. I'll jump into here and quickly accept it.
They won't see us coming this way.
Otherwise, well, I could maybe / invite you to get you maybe in quicker.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Okay.
Another agent has
Ah, that's it. It is a bro. Okay, then that works out. Let's maybe not kill these guys until he has loaded in, just so he gets completion as well. Basically, let's leave one or so alive. Yeah, well, actually, he's loaded in already, so we can do the murdering. Because yeah, if you miss one of the parts, you need to go in sequence nowadays. I kind of actually liked the older. Well, I mean, I kind of like this because they kind of put a story angle to it, so you go in order. But the downside is, in the past, you could do like the CPs together and stuff, or just you could do it in parts. The parts were not in line. You would have basically both CPs would be marked, 2 bounties would be marked, and then you would have to do all of them till you get the last one. Yeah. This character has not seen Legacy Manhunts yet. Actually, I'm curious to see which. It's weird that like this one is marked completed and the rest isn't. This character has done all of these in the repeat seasons, so they have actually done everything already. So.
supply room access.
And that's weird what it's marking as completed and not. I wonder if there is. I'm curious more to find out like what the consistency there will be. Like there is of course, like it's a computer. It has its own rule sets that it follows. Sometimes there are gremlins in there as well, of course, as all computers are made out of gremlins. But yeah, it's. But I mean, I'm curious to see if we figure out why it's on some things considering those completed and not others. I'll grab this. As I was half expecting there as well to get a blueprint at the end of it, but And yeah, we'll head on over to the bounty as that was the first step. And I'll catch up on chat as it has been going by there. I was saying that the other people targeted me. Still makes no sense. Trust me. I mean, you don't know. I mean, everybody gets, you know, some. Trying to find a good joke word for what the S could be altered with. SSD. SSD transmitted diseases. No. Spreadsheet transmitted diseases. As we share a lot of spreadsheets around, so that's the one. If your Google Doc stays open for longer than 4 hours, please, please go to your doctor and consult with them. Yeah. I don't know if Salty has found some friends over there. I think he did, and he's already been friendly to them, and he has ended that friendship. So I'm gonna push up on the left, be aggressive, lose my shield right away because I run into a mini tank that was exploding, and then run away like a coward because I am. Until my shield is back, and then I'll be brave once more. Actually, in a second, just see, check what my allies are. So, a little bit of a. Something is still alive. It is this Warhound. That's it. This door needs to open for us. It's bringing us to the awareness ads pointing. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's still, yeah, pretty targeted. Oh, actually, well, that door doesn't open. This one opens. They all look the same, which is, of course, Doorist. It is Doorist of me to say that all doors look the same. So. Shields almost off cooldown. Gonna push into here. I still haven't used shields with the broken. Also, actually, well, if they've added vigilance to the thing, I'm gonna assume they've also added. Might have a look after this. They might also surely have added cool skills being broken to it as well. I hope, because cool skills being currently broken is super annoying for like all builds. I feel. Because having ran even a little bit more of the because actually, yeah, last night I couldn't sleep really, so I still did like an hour or so like farming on that baby character, on the baby account. Wait, what? Oh. We all went down, he went up. Where did he go? As we Benny Hilled past each other. We all went down this elevator. He went up this elevator like me. And, next up, we have this.
You're so much more than that. You could be. I see your potential. Please don't diminish.
I mean, my spreadsheets are filled with yeah,
Sokolova's trying to manipulate
yeah,
Cindy.
spreadsheet
Flattery.
transmitted errors
She's smarter than that. You got the target.
as I derp out quite often.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
These guys need to die as they have spotted me already. They are eyewitnesses to me existing, so let's take their eyes out. I just got to level 40 and finished all the missions. What should I focus first to get stronger? So I would say don't skip leg day. Work on your core, your body. Well, so the recommended thing to do is start getting build together. There are many recommended builds. Kind of depends on your playstyle as well. But striker is very much currently the meta. It is pretty easy to get together as well, and you can also go into the build collection if somebody's willing to link that with exclamation point builds in a sec, or I might do it in a second. But in there's also a recommended folder with strikers. A striker recommended as a folder.
Watch for an ambush.
Hoping to not get spotted, but of course they did spot me eventually. Let's just gotta deal with them. And once you have that together, you want to get one. Oh, I'm surrounded and I'm a little bit dead. I'm gonna actually respawn because likely
Agent.
someone is still out of combat over there. Anyway, once you have one good build together, somewhat good, you can move up, to, I would say, first hard. Once check how you feel on hard difficulty and running around and farming on that. And once you're a little bit comfortable with that, which you can be really quick if you are, if you depends as well on like how good you are as shooting, at aiming, and stuff like that. But for some, it's faster than others, and it's also okay to go slow. Then you can move up to challenging. And then once you have your build decently good together and you kind of have the playstyle together as well, you can kind of move up to heroic. If you are a player that likes playing with others, matchmaking is a great option. If you are more of a solo player, then yeah, you kind of have to go kind of more slower and build up your build. But you can kind of matchmake into a lot of things once you have an okay-ish build. It is recommended though to kind of put together a okay-ish build before you jump into matchmaking, because otherwise it's kind of considered a dick move to your allies to like just coming and go like, hey, carry me. You want to, even if you're not doing great damage, you kind of want to be able to like carry your own weight. So we haven't called them in yet, which is a good thing because we can go and get ammo and loot and get ready, can get set up. And we'll call them in here, I feel. Ready. And it kind of depends what side they spawn on. They have 2 spawns on this side and 2 on that side. Kind of depends what they do. But quite often they spawn. They have a habit of spawning over there. And what I need to do is actually close the distance a little bit here. I'm playing Heartbreaker and I need to stack.
Taking way too much damage.
And, even though I'm kind of close to being dead, I'm still fine. I'm confident in being able to kill. Get bonus armor, and then like having the bonus armor just heal me. And yeah, my allies have good damage, which is nice. And I'm just being a little bit of interference in front of the enemies.
Gotta take this fucker out.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
They're all spawned here, which is nice. So I'm gonna deal with that medic a little bit.
Vital signs critical.
Even though I'm at death's door, I'm okay. All the enemies are in front of me, and all my friends are behind me.
The Museum of Native Peoples.
And everything will go fine. And even if I go down, it's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, also, I was surprised how happy I got. It's been a while since something in the game has made me as happy as on that baby account, the new baby account. I got the sturdy mag for the plus 20 sturdy mag for 5.56, meaning that FAMAS's M4s and stuff, I can actually have the 50 round mag on them, and that made me irrationally happy when that happened, when it popped up. It's been a while, and yeah, sometimes you kind of need to find fresh new accounts to get that feeling. To just I just want to hit, man. Just give me a red closer, man. I just need the hit. Jones and man. But yeah, I'm good on 12s. Somebody else might need it. So yeah, what are my allies? As I feel it's strikers all the way down. I feel. So yeah, striker, and high end. But yeah, 3 good damage dealers. As a 3 good damage dealers and a PFE or a tech tank walk into a bounty, and nobody says anything but just starts shooting. No, yeah, thanks. They're thirsty for linking that. Oh, actually, yeah. You know what? I should. There we go. Yeah, let's have those back up again, actually. Although I just need to make a commands thing underneath as well, just to have all the commands there. Because I used to have that there. I removed it actually for the 212-hour streams, just because I didn't want them also like there for the footage for YouTube and stuff. But yeah.
Friendly control point nearby.
I'm already kind of starting to head out. But I'll wait for my allies in a sec as this is upgrading and skippabling. What is this project actually? Oh, okay. Oh, this is a pretty easy one to get done. So I would recommend doing it. It's a little bit of XP. Just a resupply and
Are our enemies.
just a resupply and a mode and a mission. I'm just gonna leave it. Headless chickening there.
Target is near you, Agent.
Yeah, thanks for popping in Wienerville. Although, like, as I getting to it a little bit late, but thanks for joining me, and hope to see you again in the future. Oh, that thing's out there. Well, let's go play Heartbreaker the way Heartbreaker is intended to be played, which is to stack first. Big fat dog, nice and stacky. Mini tank I can't stack on. Strikers can stack on mini tanks. Heartbreakers can't. The reason is because Morton personally said so. He was just no Heartbreaker gets to stack on mini tanks. I have spoken. It was one of the 10 commandments. So I'm happy that God damn it, I forgot his name. The other dude, the old dude, the beard, Yannick the beard, is back. So maybe Heartbreakers will get to stack eventually on mini tanks. But likely not. They will likely not alter that. But it was good to see Yannick again, actually. I kind of... Because he's been a face, of course, that's been around for a long time and associated with the division. So I'm aiming left to right like that just to pulse everything, making it easier for my allies just to spot everything.
System disrupted.
Just gonna push up to... Well, there was more waves than this. Well, the door's already open, so
System
likely upstairs.
restored.
I'll pop this. I have a ton of keys, so let's use them. It is above us, right? Yeah. It's already like triggered the next wave, so that's good. I'll wait for my allies to catch up a little, so we're all together. And yeah, I've lost all my stacks at this point, so let's go make some new stacks. Yeah, I don't get the stack on that either, but I'll just kill it just to kill it. Where's the last guy? Where did he go? Oh, they're coming from behind. Yeah, one habit that I feel nowadays I have pretty well down is exactly that. When I see a wave, I just aim and just do that to them and like pulse everything with just, you know, without the actual pulse, but just with the laser pointer on the weapon. Because yeah, pulse is OP, and I feel more people should use it in all variants. Oh, that's where they spawn. I thought actually they spawned downstairs and ran up. I didn't actually know there was a spawn there. It doesn't get used often in normal bounties. While I can't stack on mini tanks, I do need to kill mini tanks because they hurt over time.
Agent, we located Cindy McAllister. She's at the Air and Space Museum. Target neutralized. Good work.
That thing should despawn, but it didn't want to real quick. We'll help it along.
System back online.
Cleaning up the streets one bag.
We've reached the point of
Done, Sheriff.
McAllister being located. We're gonna go into Air and Space. I might actually swap off of. Is it? Oh no, that's started the wrong one there. Yes, come on. Yes, come on. Let me cancel it. As yeah, I saw like that. I went like, oh, that's the one. No, it's this one, of course. I'm gonna swap to Eclipse as yeah, we're going into confined spaces, and with Eclipse I can be just as effective, yeah, or even more so. And yeah, this character has a baseline Eclipse saved here still. They normally don't have an Eclipse saved, and eventually that slot will also become X0. So, yeah, likely the X0 set that I already have, and I will move to her. I'm gonna put that status effect haste sacrifice as the piece alongside of it. I'm gonna run it as a save it as a 5-piece, and I'll put a Val or a BTSU into it because I like both versions, kind of.
I don't know what Sokolova wants with her, but Cindy is one of us.
Give our allies a second to catch up and jump on over. But I don't know if you've heard, but VG stuff was not done. Yeah, Kiba brought it up. And yeah, good to see. Hopefully they'll fix it as well, because sometimes things go on that list and they will be tagged will not fix. And then they still might be fixed. That's even when they say will not fix, they might still fix it. As we're waiting for there we go. For Maddie to let in. Let's see. We'll go on in here. There is enemies there. I'm gonna put a fire cam right in their face. I'm gonna bounce one there off the wall to get it onto that elevated thing over there. I'm gonna push up real hard because I want to push my hive through there. They're spawning all over there, and if we can spawn camp them here, it'll be in our favor. We have. The only danger is some more hounds. If they doesn't more hands.
Disrupted. System restored.
I think there's one more wave. I'm just preparing for it. Oh, no. The door opens there. I'm gonna deconstruct. Oh, actually, no, that's too far away. I'll just leave it. Because I do need resources, as I've used up a bunch and optimized a lot of stuff. And I'll put that there. I'll put my hive in anticipation over there. Also, she should have a sledgehammer. Let's put on sledgehammer. I'm always completely migrated over from in sync on shotguns over to sledgehammer. I feel because I can decently, consistently get it out anyway. And here they spawn right, and then they spawn left with this bounty. There we go. Take a second to spawn. Once they're on fire, my allies have this. And I'll pop the chests. We might as well get all the chests, as we'll not likely to come back here. And also, these are the invaded layout chests anyway, so even if we do it on normal version today, later on maybe, or something, we'll still get most of the chests. And we'll get a few loots out of it. What was I going to do it that way? So, more likely it's just the unintended thing. Although I'm curious to kind of see, because the only thing I can kind of think of why alterations would have been made there is for the incursion or something, or maybe like parts of the code carried over. Like the talent-wise, it didn't get touched in other ways. Like nothing adjacent to it got altered. I was hoping that thing was just gonna target somebody else, but I had proximity on it, so it could have happened, and it did. I was kind of waiting for this wave. And there's actually shock rounds here, which I'll put into my ACS. Because shock rounds are handy for me to have for duggos. That wave's on fire. I did my duty. I'm gonna go do more of my duty, which is to open chests and pop this one. Yeah, make sure to go and grab that key chest, as can be handy. The shock rounds are handy against warhounds and stuff. Or just, you know, getting some CC out. Oh, that explains it. I was like, did I misremember which wave is spawning? Which, I mean, I've done this mission now a few times. 4 times, I feel, already. The 5th time. Gonna put my hive there already. Try to bounce it off the ceiling, but they're caught on the ceiling. As usually I do it from this side, and from this side is a little bit more consistent. I kind of know that I need to aim like there, which is like in line with this. That's what I'm aiming for. Anyway, my hive was up there to deny that part of the room to them, and that's good. Oh, death balls. Okay. I was like, thought I made it to cover, but there's a death balls behind this.
An agent needs assistance.
And hey there, Super Dave. Wait, can I? Oh, it's a bounty, of course. I could actually respawn in, but I feel my allies have it. I know it. I'll respawn in just in case. I don't know if you remember, but the descent run we did the other day, I was seeing the Fox Spell blueprint disappear, but turns out it doesn't properly reward blueprint. Oh, okay. Exactly. I'll travel back in. Oh, wait, it just doesn't properly reward. Oh, yeah. That's weird. I would hope those kind of triggers were still here. Oh, yeah, the thing happened, which is super annoying here and can be super dangerous, is that that healing thing goes into a corner where you can't really shoot it or deal with it. It will become an issue like it did there. Although the issue for me specifically was that I stayed in a death pulse. And death pulses are deadly. That's why we call them death pulses. Although the game calls them heart stoppers, which is apt, I feel. So I'll wait for my allies to catch up with us. Somebody's pushing up. I'll tag along. Missed the direct body shot, but still got some out. Not the best targets. Let's move it on to them as well. And once a fire gets going, it should be pretty fine. Out of shock rounds. I was like, oh, I'll just shock the thing.
System malfunctioning.
No, that one. It's a little bit too far out.
System reactivated.
No spins. I don't want to see where these guys... Okay, they just are standing here. It's kind of like, where do these guys spawn from? Or do they just stand here? They just stand here. That's what's happening. So this is not a common way for this wave to, of course, be here. Because usually they spawn in out of sight on like behind there. Just waiting for that dog to die. That will spawn this wave. I'll pop this crate along the way so my allies see it as well. Hey, these don't scale, but they're resources. Might as well. We're here. Nope. That will still spread. That was the last wave. Only folks supposedly, but it's good to know if there's some bigger issue. Okay. I already noticed some people posting some stuff, especially for instance that Hollow Man exists as one, but it doesn't require yaw pieces, so you can kind of use it to get yaw pieces. Because it needs like normal resources, but then of course when you deconstruct it, it will give yaw things. But that's just more like likely just quirks of the system. But I'm kind of a lot of this season will for me be in use for. Oh, that's where they spawn. Good to know. I was wondering where they were spawning this wave. My hives for another wave. I'll go grab these flame rounds. As the camera leaves us, I'll fix that after this wave. But I'll try to remember to fix that after this wave as well. Quite often forget for way too long. I did leave the chest up there, but sacrifices need to be made. Sometimes. Because I wanted to get down pretty quickly just so I was in position for these waves. There, like, that wave's done. I'll go loot all this and fix up the camera. Once they're on fire and several red builds are in their face, putting them in their place. And then it will end up all fine. My making short work of this. So on one of my characters, I came in here and I was running actually something reddish. I don't remember what it exactly was. I think it was Red Heart. No, it wasn't Heartbreaker. She doesn't have that. I was running something red, just I think high and red. And I died at this last part and I felt super frustrated because of course like I got surrounded by something. I was playing good and then like paying attention and then yeah, it ended up pouring. I was kind of reminded of like, okay, yeah, that's why I like playing in groups, first of all, and second of all, like tech tanks solo, because you can get surrounded and not die instantly. Let's get this hive and move it up. They all spawn from this side, so it's pretty easy to spot that one. As our names, we get a first multiplayer.
Thanks for the rescue, Agent.
Forcing us into multiplayer.
Weird to be on this side of the mission.
Glad you're safe, Cindy.
Deconstruct that.
Meet us back at the castle.
Yeah, sadly, with one bad stat and one bad talent, and it being a Petrov piece, it will not even get picked up. I'm gonna pop this as I have a ton of keys. Just double checking that no loot was missed. And yeah, because yeah, we'll need to disband anyway, for us to talk each to Cindy McAllister. So I'm gonna do that here by leaving group as well. And yeah, we'll all need to go to our own worlds to talk to Cindy, because that's how that system works, annoyingly.
An agent has left.
And yeah, if people are interested, I would be very much interested in running some Summit, especially on my new account, and running the 30 floors basically, and farming for backpacks, perhaps. So I'm hoping that some are interested in maybe joining me for that. But yeah, first I'll be talking to her and making the joke for the fourth time or fifth time in a second, because
drone operator and sometimes trigger happy mortar operator, but I promise I like my new job better. It's a better fit. So if you need someone to recruit, I'm your recruiter.
and then just exclamation mark like in like Metal Gear goes up above my head when she goes, if you need someone to recruit, I am your recruiter. And then we just go like straight in the face. She was a recruiter. It was her all along. The real recruiter was the drone operators we made along the way. But, it is weird that they put that line in with our prime target being the recruiter as well. They're going like, oh yeah, I'm your recruiter. Yeah. And yeah, of course, jokes are funnier the fourth time or the fifth time, so we'll keep making it. Let's see. I don't need this sticky thing. All my characters have those filled in for the New York ones. I'm gonna just briefly take a second to clean up this character. As I'm season 100, I do get field proficiency caches once again, which is nice. As you don't get them until your season level 100. For those that maybe did not know that and were like, "Wait, where did my proficiency caches go?" They went away till you finish your homework of getting to season level 100, and then you'll get your treats once more. I should go and donate that one piece of Lengmo, but it's also just one piece of Lengmo, and who cares? I'll get Lengmo done. I was actually already on my like second account, my first alt. I have already expertise it with resources and got into 24. Oh, actually, as well. So likely over this weekend, if people may be interested. For some of the regulars, perhaps, I do need to do a watch alt run with my first account carrying my second account. So I will have 2 spots for that, but that will likely be either as I quit out here and briefly swap accounts. So the screen will go black in a second, and will stay black for a little bit as I log out and log back in. And I always have to go and find the email account that I use for it, as it's in a text document on my on here, and because I of course needed to make another mail account for it, and I always forget what it is. But yeah, I found it there. That's not. Just double checking that I'm not, showing my desktop there and showing everything. It's logged on in. We'll launch the game, and it'll hopefully start capturing pretty soon as the lane games up, as the game loads up. And let's catch up here as well. Actually, yeah, let's catch up to in chat, because I've all of my received components for crafting as well. Yeah, indeed. The hunt for recruit version continues indeed. Should I run Eclipse backpacks or creating that? Well, if you have a creating that, but yeah, creeping that. I assume there on Eclipse. Creeping. You said there. So it depends on the type of Eclipse that you're running. For a fire Eclipse, so as you said there, actually I'll currently run Hive and Fire Canister, so the way I'm running it as well. It is very much recommended to run the backpack of Eclipse, because it's a damage bonus. Creeping Death is great for foam eclipses, and foam eclipses, so where you just use foam as your primary tool, and those are very good for legendary as well. Although they work okay for heroic as well. I have a little bit of latency on my voice. I'm going to fix that tiny bit. As that should have fixed it. Indeed, it has. For damage, you should go for Eclipse Weapon. Yeah, for memory. And indeed, if you're going for Creeping Death, the Courier is the recommended one, which is perfect Creeping Death, because you might as well. Stat-wise, especially its shorter cooldown is really nice. Because I'm going to jump on this character, and yeah, definitely it's midnight if you want to join us as a pair. I think we'll. Although yeah, I'm on a different account. I'll just. I believe it was your same name, right? As I'll first take this character to Summit, saving some people some loading screens. But yeah, I think present party as we had it there with. Try this. I'm gonna.
We need you to secure
Guess that they want to join, and I'll invite you in a second here if the name was the same. Otherwise, yeah, you can send me an invite on this one as well. But then, yeah, you have me multiple times.
Agent is now in your group.
All right, as I salty already, take the slots right away as well. And yeah, running a little bit of a summit. I think I'll actually just run this as well to begin with, which is just a focus, a focus striker. It's not that I want to do super damage or anything, but like I have the pieces for a focus striker, so might as well run. Like I'm running basically alternate parts just to proficiency them. So, although actually, yeah, if your name was different, Soldier Midnight. Then please say so in the chat, and I'll /invite you in for this. Because I don't play this account much, so it's not worth it to like really slash or to like friend it. All right, sure. There we go. Well, it was the same spelling. I just timed that. Well, I'll accept that one. There we go. So I'm trying to find where UB Connect went as it. all over the place. There we go. And there we go.
Another agent.
And yeah, this character is doing pretty well. Yeah, and yeah, I leveled up a little bit since the last time we saw it. I think we left it at 39 or something yesterday. After the stream, I went and just CP'd a little bit, and also this morning a little bit, and we're 83 on the season level. I've made it to the first watch stat being full now, so we're 250 in. And actually, a good reminder there of if I'm still looking for the memento, and yeah, that is indeed the thing I am looking for. But also feel free to set your target to whatever you need. Like if you need something, just farm for that. What I especially also want to do is just get the some XP on them and just run. We'll just keep these 4 directives. They're decently easy enough to deal with. We'll keep it on her. No. God damn it. There's a cancel there, of course. Sometimes when you jump to the summit, it resets to normal, and it's always annoying because I always miss it and then go up and then go like, oh, I have to go all the way back down. I just have a full on. Okay. Well, I mean, so that one run will likely be tomorrow, so it won't be today. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to insult, yeah, definitely, yeah, of course. And yeah, I'm gonna grab a challenge, and I want to be the group lead as well because yeah, we're going up, and I need to get the thing, of course, the Ridgeway quest. So just to be safe, I'm keeping leadership, and
Rogue agent.
so we have some roguies. I'll of course stay striker. Is that my other option here as well is to run Hunter's Fury. It's another build that kind of works for here. I could also, of course, as well run just Eclipse and try to Eclipse a little bit, but I always dislike Eclipsing in Summit as it's so spread out and stuff. And yeah, Muddy's gone PFE as he says there, and yeah, just watch out. Let them come to us because that's the easiest way of dealing with them. And once they've set out a few skills, Muddy can go in and grab a straggler, and we'll deal with them.
Rogue bombardier drone.
Oh, that's a sniper turret, which can be very dangerous.
Detected. Rogue sniper turret detected.
Especially to watch out for that one, Muddy. There's double of them there, and they hurt.
Rogue artillery turret detected.
As there's one behind you.
Artillery turret detected.
Oh well, rope.
Rogue assault turret detected.
This is a worst case scenario for
Detected.
as help deal with that. Is that let's maybe focus down that rogue in front of you, Muddy, if you can. If you can get away basically from the turrets, just play it safe from there. Because it's one of those two that put it down, the two on the right.
Seeker mine
So
detected.
if the owner dies, the thing goes as well. So.
Seeker mine detected.
And yeah, focus strikers can do decent damage. Decently good damage. Even my unoptimized build is hitting 1 million body shots. Of course, decent numbers. Although I'm a little bit low on crit actually. I don't have my own coyote, which is a little bit annoying. Trying to keep my focus up. But yeah, there's a good reason why focus strikers are the carrying builds for legendaries quite often.
Rogue agent eliminated.
And I'm back on this account, and I need to loot a lot of stuff because proficiency is a thing that is still existent on this account. Or on my other accounts, it's pretty much done, except for the new stuff of this season. So we got a Calibre as our names. And I need to select the ascent challenge, which will be that one because, yeah, nothing else will fit. Thank you for the. Yeah, welcome.
Rogue striker
And
drone
you saw the new
detected.
was already in the normal loot boot before. Oh,
Hostile striker drone.
okay. So that likely as well means that the collector is in that as well. Yeah, I'm waiting basically on confirmation of like there's a force. There's this thing. The Reddit team that keeps that spreadsheet alive is oh, there's a share happening here. I will steal that profit for purposes of donation. And yeah, they'll basically data mine and bring confirmation on that stuff. The person I sometimes use for it is not available
Jammer detected nearby.
at the moment, so there's a jammer pulse pushing in, gonna destroy the objective.
System activated.
And then likely die to all the drones. Which is the common outcome for Red Build against these drones. But at least we have the objective, so we have our hives back. So, oh well, the jammer's down, so we have our hives back. If we go down,
Agent.
and also that means that likely only one or two waves after it. You would think for things that are marked red, that I would more easily see where the last one is. And I'm using the remote pulse because it is, of course, the greatest thing ever. No, it's a pulse that still works as a pulse and isn't proficient. That's why I'm using it. I'm just waiting for proficiency. There was HF headshot means what was a. But yeah, I'm okay on those. I will not make a Hunter's Fury Thunder on this one. So yeah, if anybody else needs those, feel free to grab them. But yeah, I'll keep it to hot shot because yeah, especially on that Fury one, I feel works best with Regulus. I'm checking for key over there. But I won't be going into raids with this account. At least not nowadays. maybe in its far future. Right?
EMP jammer detected nearby.
That's why maybe with those stats I've done this stuff for my own special. Actually, likely towards the end of the stream, I'll. Because yeah, I don't have the Ouroboros yet, but I've seen its stats already. The Iron Lung as well likely hasn't been changed, but I just want to double check it with the actual release because sometimes it changes still. And yeah, then we'll go into the burst and sustain ones. It's too bad that yeah we haven't gotten many new base weapons in there because yeah I always enjoyed adding them in. Although as well I always take way too long because I'm me. And so we did get the key already. Nice. So we have this here.
Shade tech detected.
Yeah, I don't have a jammer grenades to deal with this, but
Rogue assault turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
I will just have to capture it. But that's also a solution. And yeah, I'm using the remote pulse. I feel there's going to be plenty of people that have never ever used the remote pulse, which isn't isn't a bad idea because it's not great. But yeah, you just throw it out. It's basically a grenade. It pulses in an area. It stays around for a while. One of its like minor quirks that is a little bit useful is that it counts as a deployed skill. So you can use it for Faraday and stuff if you need it for some reason in that way. But yeah, it does stay around. A hive, of course, will like use its charges and then just go away. So it might get used up. But yeah. That thing doesn't, of course. It just stays around for its duration. But so would a turret or something as well. And, well, enemies don't shoot at it is also a thing. Like, well, they can shoot at it, but they don't commonly.
Serious trauma detected.
Test my hive. Just making sure that nothing's behind it. I mean, they can spawn from that door behind us, which is a little bit annoying. Well, actually, I might swap for a different skill as yes. I think Muddy's running the Knight's Watcher setup that they have. Meaning that we'll have pulse up most of the time anyway, so. As I was mostly running it, it's worked well to run skills for proficiency. So that is what I'm doing. I am following my own advice. And I'm way too much in the open, which is kind of an issue I quite often find myself with focus. Losing vision of my character. I play it quite differently once I don't see my character, I feel. And yeah, what I'll take... decoy may seem like a good idea. Blinder I'll do with... Yeah, let's take decoy. Blinder I will do with clips eventually. I like running blinder anyway on there sometimes as well. Always are very polite and all waiting. And as always, of course, we can get rid of no regen being in our way by just swapping weapons. Whenever we swap weapons, we pop up back to full armor. I feel actually we have the key already, and I was doing a key check there. Although actually, yeah, when it says that, I'm solving. The jammer, please. Jammer. Yeah, likely Azor. I mean, likely Azor's one is already updated in there as well. Although, I feel, yeah.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
I'll have a look in a second. I don't want to say it before we
System curtailed.
discuss it. But yeah, we need to kill the jammer, kind of.
System reactivated.
We can quickly kill it.
System malfunctioning.
Mistimed it, kind of. We should have done it. Because yeah, you can kind of time it when you kill it, so that you kind of come off of the it pretty fast. There, of course, I use my jammer pulse to get rid of them. And these drones are pretty good for proficiency, actually. Because, yeah, there's a lot of them. They die a lot. And they provide XP kind of on the same level as their... an enemy of their veterancy would be. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of them and they die pretty fast. Downstairs, of course. I'm looking for the door, but it's underneath me. Back to decoy. Although I feel decoy, I mean, whenever they fix the the cool skills bug, decoy likely I will get as well proficiency with the hotshot build, because my preferred two skills with it would be, yeah, decoy and spotting drone. And here as well, I'm running demolitionist just to get points on it, but also demo is kind of good for red builds as well, especially in group. So, toss out my decoy. The thing to do with decoy is shield peek, really. Actually, get the most out of it. I won't though, but I'll take position a little bit far in the back. I have a M4. M4 has decent accuracy and range, optimal range and effective range basically. So I'll stay behind my allies and just be the heavy damage dealer. Although of course I'm missing a bunch of stats on my watch, so me being maxing out my damage output will put me still likely behind. Well, it'll put me on par with other people with their watches out full. Although, well, actually, I have the crit chance now, so I have the biggest deficiency that I had. And you can kind of do what I'm doing there is like scoping in and scoping out. You can keep it for a few seconds, but I'm scoping out basically to get awareness, and then I'm scoping back in to actually shoot. But yeah, the thing you lose is awareness. No base stats for it. Okay. I mean, well, you can always back calculate it pretty easily if you have one. But otherwise, as well, like towards the end of the evening. But yeah, I do need to indeed add in the Ouroboros and that, and then like also copy it over to all of the sub sheets. The sub sheets are things that a lot of people do use, so I can't. I mean, I could delete them, but it would be annoying for people as they do use those links quite often. But it does mean that I'm like maintaining the main spreadsheet, and then I have to copy everything like by itself over into a different one. And the annoying thing is as well, if you copy over from one spreadsheet to another, it'll cause sometimes some, like most of the stats and stuff will go fine, but like some of the like lining and stuff will break, which is super annoying, and you have to like kind of fix by hand. And when there's like a dozen or so of them, it kind of adds up. So we'll move it on up to the next 3-floor section. Just briefly as well to see what's monitoring PFE with Night Watcher. Galvanize a Vanguard, giving us nice amounts of bonus armor. Yes. And a Obliterate Striker and a Focus Striker. Also, yeah, did they remove that one then? Because yeah, they were kind of... somebody linked me to the moment that it was happening on the stream. And there was a moment of like, that's not what I said. As I'm quickly checking there. So Iron Lung, they added in a base damage number there for it, for the, at least on the Discord one I see there. But I feel that one is off. I'm pretty certain that one is off. Well, sorry there, as I was a little bit distracted for a second. But here I am. Let's push in a little bit. That effect is annoying when you're trying to scope. I'm also curious to see, being set to backpacks, how many backbones we get, which is the new named. But I feel, because yeah, that 54-100 already popped up once in conversation, and I'm pretty sure I'm like 54-0 something, like 63 or something. But we can get a
Immediate medical assistance needed.
very clean calculation out of it now, because I did a very dirty one with weapon damage that was like 139.6 or something. You're much better off doing it with exactly 100 weapon damage. It gives the cleanest results. Because it's a nice big number. It's also, you know, it's a full integer. It's giving it has all the pluses. Well, I'm surprised that why did I go down? Because I feel I hadn't used my health gate yet. Maybe I had. was talking and didn't pay attention. There we go. And also, I think, except for one chest talent, I'm completely done with gear stats. So that's nice as well now. So in combat already, something's already
Automated turrets detected.
in here. Just a random wave plus the actual objective. I'm gonna take shots from afar. I'm still in optimal range and I have the accuracy to do this, so it's fine. And yeah, the tactic of carrying focus forward is one that most people that used to run legendaries a lot, because yeah, it's so much easier to run legendaries. I still, even to this day, I feel with focus, but especially with striker and how strong it is, it's no longer required. But yeah, it used to be that you kind of, especially on high-end reds, it was really great to run focus, because your focus is one of the strongest talents. That is, well, actually, basically, is the strongest talent outside of like some of the gear set ones that are pretty big on their own. But yeah, of course, you need to learn it. You need to learn how to play it a little bit, and it's also not everybody's thing to just be in this, be in this mode all of the time. Move on in. They just spawn from there. Should have reloaded actually. Yeah, one thing you can do as well if you want to have a peek is, or longer peek is. A reload, but yeah, for the duration of the reload, your focus will stay active because you're getting pulled out of your focus to a mechanic, basically, so the game doesn't count that against you, as long as you don't release, like if you, so I have mine set to toggling between zooming in and out, so I just don't toggle, or I don't go out. That's gonna blow me up. No, didn't. But yeah, you if you're just pressing to hold to ADS, then you just don't release ADS and you just keep focus while reloading. And then yeah, while you're reloading, you'll zoom out and you'll get a chance to like see what's happening around you. So absolutely, let me go back to the Twitch because I had the Discord one open there. The Discord spreadsheet. As it turned out as well that I was a few weeks ago there was two wrong numbers in there, the two RPMs that were wrong from just weapons. It was weird that they were wrong, like, and nobody kind of noticed for a while. So I was correcting them, but then I also accidentally had moved a cell just by like mouse dragging it from somewhere to somewhere. And Azure was very confused as to what, like, why is that thing over there? So yeah, you can see, of course, with shared files like those, who has done what. And yeah, as that is an spreadsheet that I have editing access on, because I've helped in the past as well, just to clean it up and alter some stats. Oh, there's a stat I still need, so hang on to it.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
But yeah, sometimes forget that I have edit access on it, and I'll Control X instead of Control Copy something from out there. Well, sometimes just to grab some numbers or something instead of like going into my own ones or something, I'll grab it just from it there. But yeah, if I Control X, of course, it cuts it out and leaves a hole. Oh, killer jammer. We had a killer jammer.
Destroyed.
Clear the floor as well. I'm gonna have a look over here just for key, because the key sometimes likes to be over here, E. Although likely we have the key already, E, and I just didn't pay attention, E. As I said, these mid fights are always pretty easy. They're always reds, except if there's an elite with them, or if there's an archetype that needs to have higher veterancy. That's like the only times you'll see purples with it and stuff. As I said, the corridor fights are always decently easy, or if there's a heavy with them, and that needs to be elite, because the heavies are only elite. It's gonna shoot that thing out of the sky because I hate those things. Because then, yeah, as well, likely tomorrow I'll work on the DPS video and put it out. Because yeah, that thing needs to go out. It held on to it for too long. It is one of the times that I'm gonna fault myself for being a little bit too much of a, you know, let's rework it one more time. Let's change all of this. Or just going like, I don't like this, and I'll just delete the whole thing instead of rewriting it, which also costs a lot of time. But yeah, I feel I need to get that one right. Not have to revisit it or something, and not to get... have to, you know, go like, yeah, that's a good video, except for like this part where I said something stupid. Because I have that in a lot of videos. Usually it's just one stupid thing. I'm okay with like a stupid thing. Not sure if we got the key. We did. Okay. I'll leave it to someone else to open that thing, just so they get credit towards their commendation. Because yeah, the commendation for opening that chest isn't shared, so it's whoever doesn't have it yet should open it. And yeah, on this character, I'm never gonna run enough summit, most likely. Although I keep saying that, and I keep still playing this character a lot. Likely, I will wane off of it, you know, slowly as they. Likely, once we reach 1K, I will kind of start retiring it, and we might actually do it again. By that time, might be several months away from now, and we might, you know, run a new, fresh account along again. Experience it all once again. I mean, whatever you're comfortable with, Muddy. As if they say PFE, I mean, run what you want to run. We're a decent enough team, so we can, like, as long as you don't run 6-piece rigor or something, I think we'll be fine. So, if you want to run something else, that's all up to you. But yeah, it's group composition wise, I feel we can get through Summit, especially on these like lower floors on whatever we run. And one thing that Focus kind of does, just because it has such high damage, is stagger so much more than any other build. Is it that sniper? Like, they were on the ground, they had a shot on me, I kept staggering them over and over again. When they flinch like that, they're getting staggered, basically, one day. Meaning that they couldn't take a shot up on me. Like, likely a lot, like a normal striker might have done it as well, but like it's so much more consistent with a Focus one. Although, of course, yeah, it comes at its own costs. Like, it is a, you have to you have to deal with stuffs and poops and shits. You know, is that? I love all the bonus armor. Yeah, I can concur. Indeed, 6 fees, 511 for the win, or the lose, or the draw. Kind of considering making a 6-piece Lengmo or something, but also I've got purple builds. Those are consistently worse, so I'll use those as challenge builds. I'll loot that. I just forgot I was on hardcore for a moment during countdown and ran into the extraction. So well, hunters were still there. Yeah, I mean that is those are the moments. As usually that's kind of what my hardcore characters also fell to was eventually you just get complacent and you go like, I can just sit here, and then turns out, like, narrator comes on and goes, turns out he couldn't just sit there. But that's also kind of with Descent, I feel. Most of my deaths in Descent are a little bit, yeah, like hardcore deaths. It's just 2 mistakes too many, and then you no longer are alive. It's saved there by some bonus armor, which is very nice.
An agent needing assistance.
Focus damage numbers. Yeah, Focus. I mean, Focus is basically. I mean, it isn't in the end, because you also give up a scope slot, and of course you're giving up a brand bonus to headshots. But it's basically double glass. It's although of course not double glass, because glass would be self-multiplicative, so you're doing addition to a multiplicative thing. But yeah, it's a lot. Basically, 25-26% more damage on top of a glass version, and without the downsides of glass. The Summit count to season level. Yeah, Summit is basically just like open world or base game, or everything here is just normal. I mean, for season, everything counts towards season level. It's basically 100 levels. 100 levels up is
Accessing server.
Season levels.
Terminals detected nearby.
So we'll go and I'll set up for the front one. If somebody gets that one, feel free to hit it. We'll get them both together. Summit is the nice thing I feel about Summit is, although I quite often as well just run it a lot solo and stuff. It is a little bit more easy, I feel, with open world than open world, Mostly because you can have your directives that you like having. So for instance here, we're taking 4 directives, of which 2 would likely never overlap. You would, in the open world, you would never have no regen and hard to earn together as picks, because they're both in the armor category. Oh, if you guys can, get out of it because it's stuck. It's stuck at 90%. So get out of it and then reset it and get back in it. Because it's not counting up. Because once everybody gets out, it resets and then we can restart it. And then hopefully it will not bug out once more. Because sometimes it bugs out if somebody's kind of like at the edge of it and then gets out.
Terminal controlled.
As we get this back spawn, which is quite common here, as it spawns something in the corridor behind you instead of the corridor ahead of you. So I toss my decoy. The danger aggro was hit on blind fire. I mean, that's the reason to do countdowns is there's 7 other things for them to shoot at. So. And of course, the other good thing about Summit is when global events are active, it is the only place where you can go after targetable loot and still have the global events. So you can, of course, use it in the open world, which most people do, but Summit still as well like works for that. And because you can't, of course, use global events in Countdown because Countdown doesn't do directives or global events or stuff like that. And the other thing that Summit has that we're not making use of, or I also don't make much use of anymore, is that it has legendary as well. That's legendary difficulty with targetable loot. It's legendary as well, skills to player size. So we're in the normal strongholds, the legendary strongholds. If you go in solo, the amount of enemies will stay the same. The amount of enemies that spawn. They will get health and armor scaling, so the amount of health and armor per enemy is less, but it's still a lot of enemies because it spawns basically the same amount as kind of like 4 enemies. I'll hang on to that backpack. Come on, that one might be useful. But in Summit, actually, it spawns like if you go into a room and you go into solo Summit, especially on low floors. It's like 2-3 enemies for one room, and then you kill them, and then you might have another wave of 2-3 enemies, and then you kill them, and then you move it on along. So it does scale to in that way, so which can be nice. Okay, some resources back here, and yeah, then we have some drones. So I did instantly swap over to to jammer pulse. So wait for Salty to catch up with us and head in together. Okay. Yeah, indeed, as Muddy there indicates as well. To negate no armor, soldiers still had some armor damage there. Whenever you weapon swap outside of combat, you'll get the full regen. Instead of no regen, you'll get just regen. And I'm saving my jammer pulse for a second wave, because the second wave is usually more dangerous than the first one. Hopefully we can spawn camp them from that point on. Here as well, I'm swapping weapons. I'm getting back to full armor. That's how you negate no. That's why no regen is really the only free directive that you can have, and it is available this season. So handy trick to know. And I feel I should make only tips for that, basically. Because I think I will actually make only tips. Kind of have it planned as well. With.
High-risk target approaching.
I was kind of waiting for the directives of this season, but basically for the directives of this season. Going over how to deal with... hey, we got the collector there. Oh, that's a lot of damage. We're fighting some outcasts. They should be... Oh. I was hoping to hit their pouch there, but it's kind of hard sometimes to track weak points like that. Just gonna general pulse because I had it still available. It might stagger some purples and some reds if they're around me. But yeah, I did like how I deal with cool skills is like, well, once they get it fixed, like having a long skill and a short skill, and then you can deploy the long skill, have it follow you around, usually a drone or something, and then you use a short skill to actually use, and then you give up the hive. The collector is the current season exotic at it's the grenade chest, the exotic grenade chest. The season level 85 is when you receive it. And here, as always, we'll shoot that thing, and the lock stays floating in midair. As next up is the Iron Lung. Actually, once I get the Iron Lung, because we'll likely get 5 more levels on this, I'll do a quick calc on it. But yeah, back calculating is pretty easy to. Actually, 4.7. No. Oh, that depends if we get 5 more levels. I should track this on screen just so I see it. Oh, I have status strife on. Right. As yeah, we're going into a boss room. And what I might actually do is, do I have... And also need to do crowd control. I might go... my hive's in. Once we reach up here, maybe it's a long one. Let's get in and let's go. I might swap to Eclipse. The Eclipse for a little bit. Because yeah, I have some directives for Eclipse, or not directives, challenges that Eclipse could do, like status strife and crowd control. And well, Eclipse, I feel, especially in the open rooms, isn't great. In the boss rooms, especially, for instance, this one, you guys give me like 17 seconds till my skills is off cooldown. I can load correctly, because otherwise it will break it. If I go to Eclipse now, I'll have a hive, and this hive will then try to go to 6 charges, meaning that it's on cooldown for like 17 hours. Aim a grenade opponents with keep your weapon talent active. Aiming a grenade on. Oh, for focus, keeping focus up. I should, guess I never tried that. There we go. Stuff's off cooldown. Eclipse comes out. I only have 2 fire chems, but 2 fire chems is more than enough. Oh, for the regen. Okay. Yeah, because there's many ways. Because you can also, if you don't want a weapon swap, because some builds don't want a weapon swap, because, for instance, you have Determined, you can just swap a piece of gear back and forth, and that will do the same as well. Or for Chameleon. Yeah, let us head on in. And especially for this one, an Eclipse can be super handy as they spawn all the way all in one place. I'm gonna start a fire. I'm gonna push in through. Play it as if it's floor 10 of good old days. Once everything's on fire. Flame grenade goes there.
High risk hostile.
And they shall have a bad day. Where's that? But for instance, here, like for something like this, and Ortiz could do this as well, of course, and still be decent at it.
Serious trauma detected.
As I got, I hit the edge there of whatever was hiding behind there, and it dropped to the floor. which is annoying because I know this corner and I know not to fire from that, but I still did. So I will thank Salty for reviving me. I will just act as if it never happened. As I gonna Acosta go back as my targeted loot piece from this, which yeah, I mean, I won't say no to another exotic component. Yeah, this one will become an exotic component. That's but I would much rather have one. Well, the other one. Oh, hey, that one as well. And so I'll move this over to crowd controller, which is another Eclipse one. Well, I mean, as I get a Sweet Dreams. As you can get random exotics, of course. So these are coming from normal drop, basically. Although actually, mine likely came from specific drop because for fighting outcasts, and they can specifically drop Sweet Dreams. And then Muddy got a Catharsis, but that is just a full random drop. Because it doesn't have to come, the exotic doesn't have to come from target, which is sometimes the thing. Indeed. As we go back into 90s drum and bass and go full on with some fire starting. What's that fire starter? Actually, I do have Catharsis, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm good on Catharsis. Feel free to. Well, unless maybe a soldier might need it. If you're willing to offer to him, but yeah, for me, I'm a good. It will become an exotic component then. Feel you guys need them as much as I do. So. Actually, how full is my inventory? Shall we take a detour to the lobby and we can clean up as well? Soldiers ready as well. Yeah, let's take a detour to the lobby. We'll return to lobby. So we can donate and stuff and clean up a second and oh, I got the collector. So they've added in these reconfiguration blueprints to the season track as well, just so they force you to basically get them, which is one way of doing it. Reconfigure, I need this one. I need to add this one into library. Just to max it out. Because I think basically all of these, all of the gear is maxed out except for skill damage, I think, for chests. That's actually quite impressive for level, 250. Although, of course, I've been greatly helped by being puppied along with most of current party, for instance. Just to double check. I don't want to accidentally toss something that I might need. Because I feel I picked up correctly, but I also picked up some stuff just as junk real quick. So I'll take a second here and because yeah, for instance, this I should not donate. This is actually usable. Yeah, the annoying thing with checking backpacks is that you have 2 stats and then you also have the talents. Takes a little bit longer to. This wasn't Alps, that would be handy. Because yeah, this skill haste status effect creeping death, but it's on Alps piece. If this was that was an electric piece, that would have been useful. Although, of course, the courier is the better way of doing it. Yeah, so I don't want to donate the Sweet Dream, so I'm not targeting, or I'm not like setting it to go into that. To go into that, because yeah, exotics aren't worth it to waste on that. So please donate all junk. All that junk is now in that trunk. This thing, is it better? Which one's better? This one's worse. Deconstruct. So I want to keep one of every exotic, just as a collector. As a collector of things, I collect things. So once everybody's ready, we'll jump on up. So take a brief bite. As yeah. As I grabbed a quick salad meal on the way to home, and hadn't finished it there yet, and suddenly I went, I'm hungry. As I hadn't eaten since lunch and only ate half of that thing. I'll finish it off along the way.
An agent has left your group.
Oh, okay. As Muddy is gonna go walk the dog, and that is not euphemism for anything. But yeah. But yeah, if anybody else wants in, or some more summiting, as I'll likely go till this project is done, which is another 20 floors, which might take a little bit still, so... But yeah, if anybody's interested, feel free to say so, and then we can or jump on me, have me on the list, and
An agent is no longer in your group.
oh yeah, and soldiers as well heading off. So it's me and Salty left. So yeah, if anybody else wants in, feel free to say so, and otherwise we'll open it up to matchmaking just to backfill and just have more scaling and more enemies and more loot. Sure, I can tie for a bit, but I don't think that adding. Yeah, if you can, the easiest way maybe if you send me an invite or send me a friend's request on no_Kia_. Then, I am indeed on on different account. Or if you give me your name, I can / invite you if you don't want to have too many of me's on your friends list. Because that's also understandable. On some people's friend lists, thrice. There we go. I'll accept that. As I did see it come in there. And yeah, once it's settled, you should be able to... I'll even invite you over. And I'll give it a minute or two, and if no takers, will just open it up to matchmaker, just to have a fort, and yeah, just to have more loot. We'll wait for Kiba to load in and catch up, and in we'll go.
Server terminal detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Were you always on Bro as well, Kiba, or did you? Because I always forget who's. I mean, so many tags, and quite of course. Okay, yeah, because I was thinking of like, I think I would have like remembered. But yeah, well, bros are doing well. As yeah, Toasty as well, of course. I feel recently. Now I'm unsure. Was it Toasty or was it... No, Pomic always was a bro, right? And then Toasty recently became a bro as well. And yeah, they're... and Dot always tries to still go like, so when are you joining Kia? And I'm like, yeah, you know. I'm not much for clan.
Terminal control.
The
Serious trauma detected.
it's one of those the solo life didn't I didn't choose the solo life chose me. Although of course I don't mostly play solo. I just use the stream for that and matchmaking and do it in those ways. I might actually swap off of the Stinger Hive because I feel this is proficient. So is the Fire Chem actually. I might go foe. Just see proficiency. Okay. Indeed. I mean, there's a strong overlap I feel between bros and yeah. Well, basically Dot following and my following. Yeah, I'll open it up to some matchmaking. We'll backfill in. Pick her. Put my hive over here. Usually, actually, for Summit, one of the things that I do is I'll swap the secondary skill quite a bit. I'll go Blinder, I'll go Jammer Pulse, I'll go a lot of different stuff. That's kind of a handy thing to do as well. But especially, for instance, Blinder is one of the skills I very much do like for here. Although, for instance, here, I know this door can quite often be a problem. It's one of the back spawns. There's one other on the other side, but at least this way, this one is kind of taken care of. If something spawns from here, Stinger Hive will at the very least trigger, will know that there's something there. Basically set in ambush. Okay, it was yeah. And yeah, it seems to be a pretty active clan and pretty consistently on. So well recommended for people looking for a clan to have a look at the Bro Squad Rise of Brutalities clan. Of course, that of course as well is very much in there. So we get one non-joiner. So I got the free friends and it's yeah. That's usually the thing. Clan can be handy for meeting new people and you know, getting in the habit of those things. And of course for raids and stuff as well. Actually, I am gonna swap this to Blinder just to blind a little bit. Because Blind is one of the strongest CCs, and the Blinder Firefly, especially at decent skill tiers, it's pretty fast, it's pretty long duration. Also, enemies that are blinded don't shoot back as easily as, for instance, when they are foamed. So meaning that they're disabled for longer, and even when they shoot back, it's not as accurate as when they are foamed and stuff. So. And one of the things that Eclipses as well do decently well, although for instance sharpshooters with Determined do it even better. We have the hard to earn directive on. And actually hard to earn means that we're getting more med packs overall, at least once we kind of get going. They'll keep dropping. We're getting a lot of group ammo from it. Oh, is that my own? No. Okay. That was still strong though. I was like, I'll just take it, but it was pretty strong, turns out. If it was my own, I would have instantly died. Okay. If you're having that bug, remind me at the end of this section, because I think I can't grab med packs, which is sometimes something that does bug with hard to earn. But yeah, we can take it to the lobby. I'll toggle it off and on again, and that usually fixes it. Because it's annoying to not have any med packs. They are an integral tool for a lot of builds.
Sniper turret detected. Hostile sniper turret.
Start pushing into this thing. Let's go put the 7-shot on him. Oh, that.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Where? Is it inside this thing, maybe?
Needed. Rogue incinerator turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone
There we go.
detected.
We have it neutraled.
An agent needs assistance.
Actually, go over here so I can have access to all 3 doors. Oh, where did that one come? And these SHD rooms always take way too long and way too much stuff spawns. We got this one done already. I'll get some skill kills just from the ignition. Oh, actually, let's do that. As I can do that in this build, which is the effects expert. Blinding some stuff, disorienting some stuff, disrupting some stuff. Oh well. There we are even more broed up. We're oh yeah, it's actually said in the chat there, but of course I always am pretty bad at keeping an eye on chat. As I got into the game, and then Kuretas is joining us for a few floors, which I will never say no to. Just to check as well what my allies are still running. Striker, actually Headhunter, and Striker. Oh, Ouroboros, I see there. Might actually swap to foam here a little bit because I think I'm making it extra hard for Kiba to snipe there. We have enough damage and stuff here that foam will still work well. And also my foam isn't proficient yet, so I'll get some proficiency out of it. The Oreo-Borios are very much... I ran into a few of them in some random matchmaking, and it is indeed... It seems indeed as OP as expected. Let's see. Have the key. And in this case as well, the team is 50% bro squad. As was said there. Although I think, yeah, in composition of makeup, quite often you end up with a lot of bros coming through here. Do that. That's one. Oh.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, heard footfalls of an enemy. God damn it, game. that's just messing with me. So we got an Acosta, we got a ninja bike. Where's my memento? It's giving me exotics, but yeah, I already had a ninja bike. Although this one is better than the other one. I assume nobody needs these, so I'm just gonna deconstruct that one. Assuming that nobody needs them, I'm also basically implying that nobody should need them, because usually any build you can make with a ninja bike, you can make better without... Oh, okay. I was gonna say another exotic, but this is the 41 to 60 floors hunting knife. So that is for the Ridgeway quest. That is an item for that one. Oh, setup. Oh, yeah, if nobody else wants that, actually, I might actually steal that, because... But if somebody else needs it, because it might not be a build that I actually make on this account, and I already have it on other accounts. Because yeah, it does have a repair roll. It's missing the other one of skill haste, but you can live with one less haste. If your teammates would also live with one less haste, then yeah, I'll yoink that. I feel everybody had a look. So we're gonna go to the lobby, or let's actually still do that. Let's return to the lobby. I'll turn off for a second hard to earn, turn it back on so that bugged allies are fixed, so that they can get med packs again, because otherwise it's a little bit annoying. Oh, also, if do any of you maybe have a checkpoint that is in between 80, 60 and 80? Which floor were we on now? Yeah, 60 and 80. That's the one. So yeah, we're turning off hard to earn, confirming the setting, goes through, and then we're turning it back on. Because as with most things in computers, have you tried turning it off and on again? Have you tried turning it off and just leaving it and just never thinking about it again? Need to make him... Not anymore.
An agent has left your group.
Wait, was that in did you mean for checkpoints? Because the checkpoints are account-wide shared. So whatever your current character is the... Oh, Kiba has 64. Yeah, if you're okay with it, Kiba, I'll give you a lead.
Another agent promoted to group leader.
yeah, the Ridgeway quest is as it requires. You need to get the parts, and yeah, if we go up with you being the leader, and then we'll go to your checkpoint. No, that's okay for now. So because this is actually perfect, because 64 is actually great, because I would love it to be indeed a floor between 60 and 80, and preferably not too far into 60, because we do need to open a few chests sometimes to get that Ridgeway part. So 64 is kind of great. And yeah, it still took us to 44. That is weird. Maybe if you take us to a lobby, or did we get? Don't guess we got that CP last. Was it? Try it once again. Maybe it's. Does it have to be who opens the elevator? Is that it? Guess we never traded leadership after that.
Skyscraper faster if you do it
Maybe.
again.
Let's see.
You might be a masochist. I like that about you.
That's the new back in. Well, leadership should be enough, but might have been that you have to open the elevator. Because I had already opened the elevator and then we stepped in it. So it might have been like because of that. Because I don't think I've ever, indeed done it in that way. As here we are. And that's okay. That's actually interesting. I guess I never had ran into that. Because usually we coordinate of like whose checkpoints we're taking and then and then give leadership and then because whoever has leadership. So apparently when the elevator opens, will take us from the lobby especially. Will take us to their checkpoint, and especially as well after boss rooms, whoever has leadership, will go to their checkpoint. So not in sessions in between. So here we have roguies. I'm gonna stick with blinder and foam. This is the small room, right? I think this is that tiny room. So this will be pretty easy, I feel. That's the thing you got as a new one. Well, it needs to be higher than your current checkpoint. So it doesn't overwrite it if you're underneath, under it. Well, everybody's ready. Let's. Oh yeah, it is. It is this tiny room. But let me actually see if I can. Well, that's fine. Let's end. I'm gonna see if I can reach the door with a sledgehammer, but. Well, that works. Okay, just watch out that, while they aren't firing for a little bit, they'll start firing once kind of get their wits back.
Agent down. Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected.
I was hoping to get both of them. I only got one of them. Actually, I got neither of them. There we go.
Rogue
Good damage plus some decent CC. Is dead rogues, and I will definitely hang on to this Mark 16. It is one of my preferred weapons. If we'll get fast hands, I'll need to optimize that weapon damage up, but I am happy to have gotten that, so that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, the checkpoint system in Summit is a little bit weird, but once you kind of get the hang of it. So yeah, it needs to be a number above yours for it to override yours.
detected.
If you have a checkpoint already that is higher, it will keep your old one, just so you don't get put down. And then together with that is that if you stay with a group and reach a checkpoint, so when it says that it will checkpoint you, that's what it's at those points, it shares the checkpoint basically across. And as well, if you enter an elevator with someone, you get their checkpoint if it is higher. Oh, we have left the other one. So go and get it. And the annoying thing is, so here I really want to just bounce it off the ceiling like a fire cam would, but that is of course not an option. As I'm very much more of a fire cam Eclipse player than foam cam, mostly because I mostly play on heroic, where like fire is pretty good and foam is okay, but in legendary, of course, it's very much the other way around, with fire basically losing all possibilities of being in. What was that? That was a, oh, don't worry about it. We've all done that, of stepping out a little bit too soon. I've definitely done that dozens of times.
Terminal and hostile control.
Here we have the hacked warhounds. Oh, wait for those guys to get together a little bit. Yeah, make sure to destroy the terminals, especially because that will make it one wave. Especially if so we need to also destroy the two side ones. I'm gonna take shots at them, but that's pretty slow.
Terminal destroyed.
Because yeah, kind of like with Countdown, once we destroy the terminals and basically get that done, is the point where... Oh, did your hive fail? Oh no, it was still on cooldown. You had two blue, there was like two blue things on it, on of a hive on your like circle. So for a second there, I thought something weird had happened. And the test is doing some key checks, I feel back there, so I'm gonna consider that he has done it. Although I will check casual. We both went for that one, as just to check. Because these rooms are where keys can be in a corner and you might miss them, and you'll miss the loot. And in my case as well, the Ridgeway parts, or the parts for the project for the Ridgeway, come from those chests, so I am extra looking for them. Although we have a checkpoint that is kind of perfect and has enough of a gap that I'm basically guaranteed to get it, because you might not get it in the first chest. Although recently I feel like they've changed it to be such a high drop rate that you basically, so far, all of the ones have been in the first chest, and I feel that has been consistent as well for other people. But yeah, eventually I do want to get the Ridgeway quest done. Although that will likely not be this summit run, because
Field terminals detected.
we'll go till the project is done, and then I feel the project is done. Yeah, if somebody else can go get those, I'll flame that, I'll flame that. And Sledgehammer comes out. I shouldn't. As they're caught a little bit in there. And one thing that I have now, I'm basically playing as a foam Eclipse, but my setup is actually still set up for Fire Eclipse. So I'm still using the backpack. I would be much better off having an perfect creeping death backpack on my back, and basically not having the Val either as well there. But it's of course if I had those pieces, which I don't. So. So yeah, there's that. You can't equip what you don't have. Is an issue that will need a tissue. Yeah, I mean it does work decently enough, but I'm wasting the backpack basically because this damage is not something that I'm doing. The vial ticks are basically the only thing getting boosted by it, but the vial ticks are also tiny. So as a setup, it works. I mean, but it's kind of like running, you know, chest striker without a weapon for it as well. Kind of. Oh, as we have the doggy. Again, yeah. Once it's in the door, it's too late. But yeah. Those doggies are loot doggies. They're good boys, but you have to shoot them. They're good boys that you have to shoot. And what I should do if I had half or even more than half of a brain is we're fighting Black Tusk. That usually means that this goes to Disrupt, giving me something to use against dogs. One more there. Especially creeping that is kind of handy for... Oh, nothing spawned there. Door boundaries. And actually, I kind of had a moment of a realization yesterday. Oh well, actually no, earlier today. Almost feels like yesterday with work in between. So that chest talent on Exuro seems of course completely useless, adding in 2 meters extra spread range out. But what it actually of course will act as, although there's still no real use for it because you wouldn't use it, but what you could do with it is the turret still does not go through door boundaries. So flame cam can, fire cam can. Foam can't either. Foam has that same reason why it uses creeping death. But you could kind of, if you wanted to keep the backpack talent, you could use that chest talent to do that spread because you'll hit the enemy in front of the door. It'll be within range of 2 meters to the enemies inside of the door. And once it starts spreading into it, it'll spread out there as well. So that's the thing what it's for, but you could, of course, just have creeping death. Although, of course, this is creeping death without cooldown. It's continuous. So I think that's the like why they made that talent. Like suddenly that talent made sense once we understood that like it doesn't go through door boundaries. I'm gonna push in deep just so I get things across there as well. The next wave spawns in here, and I'm gonna push in and try to capture them, and maybe even do that to them, and then my allies will catch up in a second, and they will murder them. Let's check that I have no loot.
Enemies throwing out speakers.
Why am I going for direct impact? I should just find the floor next to him. Because that's the thing, of course, I usually do with fire cam, but I also then just shock them first, usually. Because foams as well have a different travel time, have a different flight speed, basically. And I never get good with it. I just don't play enough. Enough. And yeah, the mortar rounds do, like you can bounce them. Sometimes actually useful to do it as well. Lincoln is a good place as well to sometimes bounce them. Because you can also do trick shots sometimes as well. Basically just going through and yay, we got the flag patch. So that's the part for this section basically. Although I'm not gonna spend the time here unless somebody actually has a level or a floor 80 or something in current party, but I feel everybody already said theirs, and I don't remember them, but they were said. So I'm grabbing a different ascent challenge. I'm gonna equip this or set this armor at draw. Likely I won't hit it because that's not how I play Eclipse. I will armor break a lot, consistently and often. Farming for Heartbreaker stuff. Well, depends on what kind of Heartbreaker you're going for. It shouldn't be too hard because it drops pretty consistently most of the setups for, unless you're going for Red Heartbreaker, because yeah, that's of course just you need those good damage rolls on it. But especially for like a tech tank style or such, like you only need one piece to flip. And so if I ever get that darned memento, then I will also be going Heartbreaker hunting, but I just need,
Server terminal detected.
I'll need 3 pieces, and oh, it's this thing. Okay. This actually was not underneath the jammer, so I'll leave it to my allies to go get set up downstairs. Oh well, I'll grab this last one. So I can actually be in front, and we'll hit all 3 of them together, and actually. I'll do that. Yep, on the left side. Oh, they're all bugged. That is interesting. So yeah, get out of all of them so that they reset. Because all of them had stopped counting up. So, and let's retry again. Again, actually, I'm in both circles, Akiba. If you want to push out, you can. I think Toasty has it. Because yeah, if it stops counting, basically, yeah, you have to like reset like that. But there we go. I wonder if if they've broken something, because I feel sometimes that kind of stuff would happen. It would be quite rare. We've had it 2 times in a row. That doesn't mean that like something broke, but it is. Seeing it 2 times in that close proximity does like set a flag of like paying attention for it for in the future. But it also might have just been unlucky, and we just ran into 2 of them. So I'm gonna change this actually to be the high, because I need to bleed some stuff. So let's do that as well. Getting the challenges done. Oh, we have a doggy.
System curtailed. System restored.
Does jam me, which is annoying. They do spawn from there as well, usually. Up over there as well. As killing those loot hounds is quite handy because they drop special ammo. Ooh, nice. That is an upgrade for my striker set. Oh, and I can make it free talentable now. Nice. That's actually a good thing. So I can make it spotter. As I have a few weapons that lean towards spotter a little bit, and also then I can run it decently well with technician. If I'm going technician anyway, might as well make it a spotter together with a flatline weapon. Because I feel actually spotter strikers have kind of like, I feel I as well. I've kind of forgotten about them. They're kind of handy sometimes. Where obliterate gunner ones are of course pretty good as well.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Especially for instance in Summit, where you can use them for a little bit of spotting and just marking enemies like is happening here. There I got effect expert done, which was just doing a bunch of the status effects to multiples. And actually what I'll do is set mine, and actually my allies could use as well. Actually no, that's not that. That's, yeah, the explosive build a second ago. But because those are actually shared as well, interestingly. But I'll grab the next one, which is skill kills. I'll get a few skill kills here and there.
Rogue striker drone.
No, that's fine, Testy.
Hostile striker drone detected.
My jammer pulse is still, but we'll get this loot first. No, but just stay whatever you wanna. I'll grab jammer pulse here. Let's kill this first wave just by hand, because the jammer pulse is, or actually, well, if somebody has a jammer pulse as well, use it on this first wave, and I'll use it on the second wave because it will be at the doors. That's the like the fast way of doing it. That's the other one there. If you jam this first door, first one. There we go. Once these drop, it'll be in that door, and especially if the Eclipse gets that door, it's over. So let's start getting the laptops, since we have two of them. Because yeah, the Eclipse one will spread like that. So one will stay alive, and then it'll spread to the next, and yeah. Right. And yeah. By the time their new wave spawns, either we're done, or I have my jammer back. Because if I jam that first wave, it might not reach that door. That's the tactic there. Oh, do you mean the drones dying in there? Yeah, that you just need an eclipse basically. That will not happen with anything except an eclipse doing it in that way. Because the drones are kind of dying and spreading, so they're spreading into the next wave. The way that they die is that they die, but they linger for a second, and then that's the end of them at that point. But that means that they will spread it to the next wave when it spawns. So I'm gonna engage them because they're all together there. So.
System reactivated.
Just watch out in this room. This is the room where they spawn kind of weirdly, because in a second they might spawn there. Out of nothingness, suddenly a person existed. That's of course can be lethal. He's gone back actually to the explosive build. Actually, skill kills are also shared, but the ones that's also shared is this, for artillery turret kills and stuff. So we'll benefit from that a little bit. As Thirsty gets some skill kills, we'll get some of there. So we got the key as well. And we're on the nicest of floors, of course, because it'll never not be funny. As it was the floor of 69. Yeah. And, you know, you have to laugh at something. I'll just take the downstairs route. The key can be up there because that leads up to there. But I want to be downstairs anyway. But for some of the shooters, it might be handy to go up there. So I'm gonna just push in with this jammer pulse. The jammer pulse is also staggering them. Against outcasts, is not doing too much useful stuff, but it's just staggering them. As there, I was thinking about bouncing it off the ceiling, but you can't do that with bombs.
Incinerator turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Yeah, I'll spread up. Because actually, one of the things with jammer pulse as well is that it prevents a lot of skills of going of deployed things of enemies going up. Now, outcasts don't have that much, of course, but for instance, against cleaners, it's actually pretty handy because they can't deploy their drones and stuff during it. They can't deploy their turrets. I got happy there. I saw the exotic pop up as floor 69 was cleared there. I was like, is this the one? Is it the one? And it's another ninja bike. Just get out of here. The game just doesn't want to give me the thing that I completed armor Adra, which is not breaking my armor for 3 floors, which I'm surprised I got. And yeah, these other ones I will not be completing at all. Well, I mean, it was an well, technically 1 in 5 chance of being a memento. I'm surprised actually that Ninja Bike is popping up more than Acosta, which is what I'm used to when farming for mementos on other times. Because Acosta probably, it's not perfectly certain, but it's more likely than not that it's actually in the loot pool in each of its different colors. So it has three different colors, so it's in the loot pool 3 times. So when it triggers an exotic on targeted backpacks, you're it's choosing between the 3 Acostas, Ninja Bike, and Memento. Like that's what's in that. So it's basically, so you're more likely to get Acostas. But of course, we're getting it at full random. We're not getting enough to like get a full, like, if you're getting thousands of things, you can kind of, start averaging it out and kind of putting it together. But here, of course, we're not. Blinder, because a blinder will be handy for this room, so I can get it quite easily up. And yeah, if somebody can push up on the right side with me, or we should all just push up on the or left side. I mean, left side on me with me. Let's all go upstairs. As I'll blind some of these along the way, and then foam some of the others into the ground, and then we'll go up. And we'll just spawn camp them. Oh, Salty was a little bit behind, and I'll clean up for him a little bit there. Because if we can spawn camp them here, we can very easily get a clear.
High risk target.
There it is. Just the boss will likely spawn somewhere else, which is over there. And the rest of the things will spawn over here, which is easy mode. Yeah, sledgehammer goes there. Do that to the boss. So one of the annoyances here as well, of course. So wait. Oh, there. I was gonna say, why is the next wave not spawning? But that's the reason. With turrets is as well, it doesn't cross boundaries. None of the explosives do either. So I'm trying to catch these guys now outside, so that the turret can deal with them as well. It hits everyone outside.
High risk target approaching.
Let them again. Let them. Some of them come out. No, we gonna do that to them. As actually, yeah, we're on floor 70, so we'll get 2 buses. So one of the things to use here as well for maybe in the future, stickies can of course cross the boundary, and that is actually a good way of dealing with doors. So the explosive sticky is my tool of choice for those doors. But yeah, you can send it inside of the door and it'll explode. But seekers as well, they will also not cross the boundary of a door. For a second there, I was looking at the season level and going like, wait, we're on floor 89? But that's not a floor. But I'm not sure to be fair, but a lot of videos I watched on the incursions, they are using Ninja Bad with 300. I mean, sure. Yes. Somebody linked me to a person who basically as well had like those kinds of levels of bad builds, dozens of them, all marked like, you know, super tanky builds, solo everything, face tank everything, survive Corona, get tickled by Victoria's Secret models, all of that stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, 3-piece striker, or well, basically what that ends up as 4-piece heartbreaker, 3-piece striker is not gonna work. Simple. Stat-wise, it just doesn't make sense. 4-piecing and 3-piecing a gear set with Ninja just doesn't make sense. You can always just get more stats, even if you want to go Ninja Bike, out of 2 more pieces of high-end. So you would basically 4-piece. Also, why would they do Heartbreaker? Hunter's Fury is usually the thing that they... or usually as well, Umbra and Striker and stuff like that is something that some people like. But yeah, it never makes sense. There is no way to make that make sense. Just stat-wise, like you can just get more stats out of brand sets going in, even if you want a Ninja Bike it. And of course, if you leave the Ninja Bike out, you can have a backpack talent and actually be one of the cool kids. If somebody can kill that jammer, that would be appreciated, so I can push in a little bit. Well, it's kind of far in the back, so also don't overextend if you like don't die for it. But okay.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Damn it.
This likely will be the last guy, so I'll just push in a little bit aggressively and get him done. I mean, so many people as well, of course. Like, I was in a pretty long discussion with a few people that played a little bit casually, and they're like really struggling on descent runs. I feel like, especially like Nemesis runs aren't too bad in descent. Like sometimes, of course, you get like bad deals. So let's get all of them together. I'll go back for this one, and let us hit him. I was expecting it to move to a different door afterwards, as it did there.
Terminal accessed.
And there we go. I mean, they're carrying a bad build at that point. So yeah, they're doing 25 minutes clear still. That's 7 years of bad luck that Thirsty did there. That was always the old joke with that thing. And yeah, that door is sadly empty. But because yeah, the next door as well will actually be empty, as we do get the key there, which is nice. Yeah, the nice thing about the blinder is kind of like you can look at a group like this and just go, everybody be CC'd. And it's a really good CC because it's actually a little bit better, I think, than foam, because foam as well sometimes spreads into doorways.
Agent down.
And captures people in there, so you kind of like it becomes awkward of trying to push in it or pull out of it. So get up here and get my ally up. But blind still makes them, they will still stumble out of a door when they're blinded. And they basically don't, they will fire, but they won't be ever really accurate. So they might, like if you're at health gate and you take some chip damage off of them, that can happen. But if you still have some armor, you're very unlikely to die to it. But of course, it's a lot slower to get out because you need to toss the thing, it needs to get over there. So it's not all just good things. That's the reason kind of why all CCs have a place. What? Oh. Very confused there where that fire was coming from or going to, but it's that. I just couldn't see the origination point of it, so no, that kind of made it weird. Also need to check in a second how many floors I still need. Another further 9. Let's keep on moving on, grooving on. And yeah, likely I will just finish those 9 floors and that's for this evening. Because it is getting late-ish. Aimed down a little bit too much and caught the edge there. But you're right there. The vision is always at a premium in this place. Surprised how far that spread. the blind.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, I'm full up. Let me deconstruct one thing. Oh. 511 is stuff that I don't care about anyway. So it turns out yeah, after the next. Oh, hey, Iron Lung. So one of the things as well, if you have a hardcore character, there's always, of course, been the cheats for hardcore characters of getting stuff into the mailbox. And of course, all of the season rewards if your inventory is full. So not even if your proficiency caches are full, but if your inventory is at all times full, all of the things that come from the season track. So for instance, as well, the Iron Lung you'll get and the collector and stuff all goes into the mailbox. I can go to a hardcore character, and of course, all of those caches can go, of course, because those might be more worthwhile to a hardcore character on an account than just a normal character on account.
Terminal in hostile control.
That's,
System curtailed.
and I'm trying to find all the way in the back here if I can find the spot where I can get foam out and not be jammed. And I kind of found a spot, I feel. And especially watch out for this back spawn that always kind of happens here.
Malfunctioning. System. Terminal destroyed.
There's another one. Artillerying out some. Yeah, always forget that you can't walk up that and get up here. Yeah, there, for instance, is like sometimes the annoyance with foam is I foamed that guy or spread to that guy and he got caught up in a spot where like nobody can shoot at him. And of course, well, it's still getting dealt with then, but it's still always a little bit awkward. Let me. But again, reverse caches before buying account share blueprint to get overflows. Oh yeah, indeed. Although, yeah, usually like overflow for most players, like I would never overflow nowadays anymore because I would just want to be able to, unless you continuously watch out. Then overflowing is nice. But otherwise, you're also filling up and you're just not getting the resources to drop. Because, of course, all of these enemies and stuff, they'll drop resources and stuff as well. If you're full up on the resources that they can drop, they won't drop any resources.
Target detected.
This
Vital signs critical.
door suddenly opens. You can just spend them, because if you're going to have the resources anyway, nowadays there's so many things to spend them on. I'm not spending them, then what use are they really? Because usually you just need them for expertising and stuff.
Rogue explosive trap detected. Hostile explosive trap detected.
Get some completion there. Oh yeah, after this chest, we'll take it down to the lobby as I'm completely full. And we'll take a few seconds. And I think as well, I'm catching up on the chat, sir. I guess keep as well. So had their fill, which completely understandable. You go. Indeed, as well. For as we are sharing an time zone there. So pick this up for thingy, but I'll see if I have anything proficient in here. That will be proficient. Just need 2 spots anyway. Let's take those 2. Could make a quick yeah. Oh well, yeah, I'm back to lobby. As indeed for me as well. It's 10 past 1. But I'll stay up for a little bit longer and get some work through here. Or well, some get the summit done. This is kind of as well the last thing I want to get done this week for this account, meaning that we'll go back to the other accounts after this, after today's runs. And yeah, likely tomorrow I'll do a Wony run, and I think Salty and Muddy wanted in on that one. As well, I'll carry my alt with my main, and then there's 2 spots available, and they're available to them, and we'll all benefit that way. I need a watch alt on my done on my alt account, as I've used one up completely for getting to expertise for expertise 24. That was costly.
Is no longer in your group.
Yeah, we'll hang on to that one, not to that one though. The backpacks take forever to go through, as yeah. That one will stay. Actually, even hang on to that one. Definitely that one. Right. Let me I'll up this one stat, because then it's basically almost full anyway. But it is the last stat, but it's not the full one yet. It's a 9.8 and not the 10.0. I'll donate the rest, and I'll see what oh, I mean, you sure you don't want to keep this, or if somebody else needs it? Is it this one's? I mean, it's an expensive one, and I feel I may have already a decent one available to me, because I have this one at the ready, which is kind of the same cost as that was our yoink it. Oh, and yeah, thanks Kiba for tagging along and helping carry. Yeah, all yoink it. And yeah, let's head on up and continue on, as I just briefly marked that thing as favorite, just so I don't accidentally is it that's just a better one than that one. Oh, but yeah, thanks Kiba for tagging along. We'll continue on from where we left off. I'm group leader, right? Yeah. I don't see the group leader pip by anybody else. It doesn't... I feel there should be an interact prompt here. But there isn't. Just, yeah, we'll have to fix that. So we'll have to detour through Washington, D.C. So we'll fast travel back there and back here again. But I cannot interact. I don't think I've seen that one.
Safe area.
Yes, well, we have a spot open again. Gonna be doing another 7 floors, so if anybody wants to join, feel free to say so. That's it. Likely we'll do the 7 floors, and that'll be it for me. As we'll have had a productive day, as I'm especially happy to have that guide at the ready at this point.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while.
Tomorrow I'll turn it into a video and get it up, and then we can move on from there, because that one that's just been lingering in my mind for forever as well. Will it let me? There we go. That's what I like. It needs to let me do because otherwise we can't go up. Actually, let me catch up here as well. By the way, would you mind helping me with a quick calc for incursion build? I mean, no, I could, yeah. Do you like mean now, or do you mean like in? I'm gonna guess Salty took a BRB, but we can just pull them and we'll go get the loading screen. As we all get a loading screen anyway. Is it what? Yeah. Yeah, we'll be up for it, doing it maybe after these floors. Though kind of depends on what you had in mind or how deep of a calculation you need. Although I'm guessing you want to know kind of like what the difference is between an Elmo striker and like the Ouroboros striker, right? I'm gonna guess.
System disrupted.
Oh, I'm gonna guess there's a jammer pulse in here. Look at that! There's a jammer pulse in here. I'm gonna go into this corner and reach out and touch people with my foam cam from here. And as well, there's this elite rusher. Let's see if we can get rid of him. That Ouroboros does that, like it has a very soft tone, but it really does sound like a birth of a GAU10. GAU10. Difference between those is 60% more. Ooh, yay! I mean, now I have to make one, right? So that piece, because I can put weapon handling on it, it had headshot and weapon damage on it, and vigilance. And yeah, this piece is quite handy. All right, it had weapon handling, so I can even have full weapon headshot on it, and it's quite handy for a Hunter's Fury version of or Regulus build, but likely with Determined as well. I can get away with it. It was a piece I was looking forward to getting, so I am happy. Would want to know the difference between contractors and group on a specific build. Okay. I mean, is it that specific build? Because, yeah, Grupo is going to win. Unless... I mean, you would lose crit chance somewhere, right? Or it. Neither of my skills will do anything against these guys, so I'm just going to shock them and hope that... and put 7 shots out on them. Just so they are fully debuffed.
System back online.
Because if it's for like the Ouroboros striker, Grupo will likely win unless that crit chance is actually, let's see, because your crit or against the coyote, then it would be right, because you want to keep the chest off of it, or so coyote and contractors would be then the 2 pieces, right, for chest striker then. But yeah, that can work, but it depends on the crit chance. Is it the Ouroboros has 31, which is... So you have 31 there, you'll have as a thing. You'll have 31 there, you'll have 10 watch, 41, 51 from, or no, 41, 47 from Coyote. Yeah, so yeah, so 47 or 48 then. Oh no, indeed, yeah, 47. Because if that one, if the group was 53, then yeah, 47.
Hostiles incoming.
Because yeah, likely, like, no, the Grupo will win out. The Contractors one will likely win out by less than a percentage point on armor. Now, of course, for Incursion, that could actually work out because you have a lot of armor stuff. As the bosses as well, I'm gonna guess. All of their armor is correctly indicated as armor. They seem to have big armor bars. And a little bit of health underneath. But as well, actually, if you're going for a piece like that, the actual one I would say would be Fox's Prayer. Because I feel as well there's a lot of rusher, so I haven't like watched it fully, but from what I saw a little bit, all of the bosses are of course not really taking cover, and yeah, I have detail on the weapon though. So the diminished returns for that is quite tiny, but even of course even the bosses have like, even if they have 5% of their pool be held, and of course you have all those ads where like likely 25% of their combined pool is held. Like that all adds up. So you make more up for it because yeah, Dtog is just more active. It's so much more active. But yeah, actually, yeah, let's have a. But then let's maybe do it tomorrow, and we'll do it. We'll do it right. Maybe towards the mid part of tomorrow, if you're interested. Whenever you come on in, we'll go into calculation mode. But yeah, I would be also interested in, especially seeing. Yeah, what kind of the setup could be there, because, and also yeah, kind of like what the number difference between them will be, and we'll make some educated guesses for what the bosses kind of have as their like percentage pools, because I feel you might have some insights into that, because that might be handy as well to kind of guess towards like how much of their thing is health and armor. So Glove and Grupo wins by below 1%. Yeah, most likely. But then as well, Grupo is providing you with like for secondaries as well. But it's likely with that, I'm gonna guess it is handy to run a secondary that is a little bit ammo pool wise handy. Secondary is only rock and roll. Well, I would be actually interested in maybe seeing pairing it, because although, well, yeah, you can kind of stack well with it, of course. It is handy. We have a lumbering heavy back there again. I'll blind that one. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. For the chest version, you kind of do need to run rock and roll for parts. But yeah, maybe as well looking at a obliterate version, although not so much for incursion, but more as a general play one. Seeing how well it could pair with. Oh, actually, I should have. That is one of the doors where it is quite handy to actually fire at it with a suppressed weapon, which I have. But I didn't equip it and use it. Yeah, well, yeah, Grupo and Coyote. Indeed, because especially with the chest, you want to have the chest. So that takes up that slot, and then Coyote will win. But no, more like with if it's like pairable with other weapons. But that's more of a play thing. So I would like to calculate, especially for some of the like with the MG5 or something, because LMGs of course can kind of get to that 24% good chance with. Because they kind of need to pair it with a weapon that has like comparable crit chance. Because
High-risk target approaching.
the rock and roll, of course, can't reach that amount. It only has 10 crit chance on it, and yeah,
Rogue striker drone.
while it's still good for stacking, it might be, but it's more just to have a secondary weapon to actually sometimes use because you'll run out of ammo.
Agent down.
And I'm like more thinking like heroic, just heroic general use. No, that's not a weapon. That's not a thing I can do that to. Okay. I foam myself there.
An agent needs assistance.
I'm looking for where this medic is. Is that a medic for a snipe? As I'm doing a horrible job CCing, but also this room is always so spread out. I'll just do it that way, where I foam myself as well. We're still on secure. Oh, there she is. There's the one. We get a crossbow kill. Sounds like a sped up woodpecker. Yeah, it does indeed. Is there anything else in here? Yeah, no, I'm thinking more like in like open world use and stuff, where ammo will become a concern with it. But yeah, incursion, it feels like having seen you guys run around, and it seems they've placed plenty of them around. As the bird goes off there. How many air flares? Another 4 flares, which yeah will get us to floor 80, the next boss floor, which also works out. It's many. Yeah, that will be the final part of the Ridgeway, leaving for next week when this account you come back in, do their summit floors then as well, reaching Ridgeway. Reaching the hunters with all 5 pieces. When you complete that, you get the Ridgeway project, and then you have to complete the Ridgeway project, for which I've already saved up, or I'm keeping a 0F
Hostage
chest.
situation nearby.
And I don't remember what else that project was, but I remember it being a bunch of keys and stuff, so that I've been not spending too many keys, and we will need rogues, we'll need hunters. But I don't think we donate anything else, or like from gear standpoint, guys. I feel it was only the 0F. And then yeah, you from that project you get actually, I don't even remember. Do you get actual Ridgeway from it plus the blueprint, or did you get the blueprint from it and yet then still craft it? But either way, you basically get one. It's basically the final step of it. I'm gonna let's swap back to Jammer Paulson, because yeah, we're fighting Black Tusk as well, and we have this guy as well. As I'll get the first EMP sticky. Come on. That's also a good way of doing it. I did catch them over there-ish. And get the next one out. Because one of the things that Jammer Pulse also kind of does by itself already as well is kind of act as to give away the location of enemies. You'll jam the entire area and the wave spawns. I have a good view of where enemies are. So way too many waves spawn with this thing always. Oh. Ooh. Hey. We got it actually. Hey, well, you're willing to depart with it. I will gladly take this memento. This momentous occasion. As I think it was Salter, yeah, something. Yeah. I very much appreciate it. And yeah, I might actually give you my next exotic if we're running together. I'll basically trade you for the component of it. Which, but yeah, I'm happy to have gotten it. It gives me... well actually, do you guys need it for... Because I actually do have burn strength already. At full 7.5. So if you guys need it for one of your alts or characters or such, it is a handy one to have. I have the one that I need already for my account. And actually, seeing as we have the memento now for these last 3 floors, let's grab Heartbreaker and we'll is it? As Doty says there, it's impossible to single shot with the Oreo. I could believe that. Although yeah, I guess maybe with some macroing or something. But yeah, I would think indeed that the human finger would be too slow for it to fire one shot. As in, you need to like... Maybe if you were to like literally like do a like just jamming it. That RPM is indeed very high. But yeah, let's continue on our quest to reach floor 80 and end the project. But yeah, I'm very pleased. A memento dropped and someone was willing to share it. It's always appreciated. And so we get to make a tech tank, because I wanted to especially have a tech tank at the ready on this account as well. Just so I can make the joke that as I did in... Well, I mean, it's not even a joke. It's just some wordplay. Wordplay, not world play, actually. When I did the Tech Tank Masterclass, I called the Heartbreaker Tech Tank as... I don't have, like, on my alt account, I have a few duplicates of like, a good build. But yeah, very much the Heartbreaker Tech Tank is the Tech Tank so nice, I built it twice. Now, of course, it's gonna become the. Oh, it's a EMP jammer. Okay. It's like, why can't I jam? Or why can't I do anything? But that would be the reason.
System malfunctioning.
And so these things are pretty weak, so I can eventually break them. Although,
Vital signs critical.
as I'll do that, and then get healed up. Because I was saying something, but I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, yeah. So the Heartbreaker will be the build so nice. I built it thrice. Oh well, the Heartbreaker tech tank. Not per se just Heartbreaker. that the set only to me really comes into its own as a tech tank. But yeah, I'm looking forward to having one on this account just for some solo play and stuff as well. Because yeah, I don't always want to run that, like,
Detected.
while the leveling potential of especially hotshot, hotshot with determined is quite high.
Assault turret detected.
It's also another build I really like enjoy playing. So I would much rather just have 3 directives and a tech tank and just. But there are moments when that build, of course, like runs into heavies, especially that like the one that I have on this account, which isn't like perfectly put together, and also won't be perfectly put together till I basically have the watch points. Because I need those weapon damages, I need those headshots to really make it like a little bit more easy to still headshot the heads off of heavies and such. There's still a few shock rounds left. I'll shock some stuff. Alright. I'll just pick everything up and I'll need 3. Well, I'll need 4 pieces of Heartbreaker. I already have a really good mask from Cheska, so I'll likely want it to be like basically not those, but like especially the mask. I have a good Cheska piece, and then yeah, that's about the key. And I basically need one of the pieces to come in a fashion with either crit chance or crit damage, so I can re-roll it. And that's pretty easy for usage.
Accessing server.
And yeah, eventually to get it really right, as I'll grab this back one machine. So get it going. So I can from back here still get this out. A little bit of that. I saw that doggy coming.
Infiltrated.
As if you get all the laptops, that's likely makes it the last wave. Sometimes one more wave spawns, but that's usually more like really high floors. So luckily we have the key already. We don't have to check for key in every corner of this, because the key can be in many corners in this. Hey, the only thing I still then need to kind of go farm as well is CPs, because the one thing that I'll still will need is wanting to run a Heartbreaker with the Kingbreaker. Of course, they fit together so well.
High risk hostile.
But for that, I will need to still get the muzzle crit chance slot for it, for 7.62 guns. So, there's an elite on the right there, Salty, if you can get it on them. And I think I actually tossed the got him. Yeah. But I'm not sure. So I'll go up as well, so I can catch them if they. Yeah. I was gonna say catch them if they spawn behind the Thirsty there, but. But yeah, without those mods, I have that classic M4. I think still as well. Yeah. So I'll first of all just flatline this thing and just run that with it, because otherwise I'm with a weapon that is lacking some well, 5 crit chance, and also. For 7.62, I don't even have the +10 magazine size, so it's only a 30 round mag, which basically makes it unusable. But I like doing CPs anyways. I kind of always like. I've had it in the past as well. Kind of with Summit as well. Just putting on a nice long. Oh, that's set to Heartbreaker as well. I appreciate that. Oh, Toasty as well, or Salty as well, actually. I think. Although I don't remember actually the names of this set ever really. Oh yeah, aggressor with knee pads. That is appreciated. But yeah, also feel free, guys, if you guys have things to farm. I don't want to be. Yeah, I mean it's appreciated, but also yeah, if you need to farm for something for like some own usage, then. But as well that the Heartbreaker tech thing, like if it's missing a little bit of armor or something somewhere, it's like, okay. Well. One thing I found that they've changed, because we used to be able to do this, and I just haven't done it so long that I hadn't noticed, but they added in the floor at some point here. And the reason I noticed it is because one enemy exploded and landed basically in the middle there, and there was like a floor there. Because in the past, I sometimes, well, long ages ago, I would sometimes toss my hive upstairs. Actually, well, we don't know what faction we're fighting. Let's just push in with this. Might halfway through. I'll take Blinder, actually. Let's take Blinder. Blinder is more likely to be universally usable. Because a jammer is really only useful against Black Tusk. Well, especially against Black Tusk. I kind of want to be in a position so I can spawn camp.
High risk target approaching.
That blind goes out. We'll have 2 bosses here. I don't want to use too many charges, so we'll wait a little bit. Flame grenade goes out with sledgehammer.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Blind Foam into the mix. Let's add a fresh grenade to the mix. Add some seasoning. And we'll make the perfect guacamole. And yeah, for the perfect guacamole you need gas, so we got lucky. So as there we get completion of wait, was that completion of the summit event? It was. As I read a bunch of stuff. So it's funny that like it's all the way up there, and then like we had so many stuffs from like events and completions and projects, and then, like scroll down like several pages. That's impressive. Let's grab our 2 crates back here as well, and we'll leave it at that. As afterwards we'll take it over to once everybody has their loots. See some shares happening. I'll figure out what the best pieces are later. But yeah, I'll take us over to DC just to be over there as well. Oh, so we get. And yeah, indeed, that's a good idea. Okay. The warp's about to happen. I totally forgot actually how you set a picture for this. You did through the Ubisoft website, right? I think.
Safe area.
Like your account picture. Also, I think they don't allow anymore to have custom pictures. Because they used to at some point. Also, there was some chat in here, which I missed, I think. Ever using let me first see if anything can go into the library here. Not much is left to go in here. I'm missing a few of the 3rd attributes, but yeah, I'll get those basically eventually. I have SMG detog, I have shotgun detog, I have rifle detog, I have assault rifle detog. Actually, for this one, I gave up that TKB. I just wanted to have the stats. So we had a really nice TKB, but yeah, it's fine. I needed the stats. It wasn't dropping. We gave it up for that. And yeah, so most of the detox that I want, I have. So I think I'm only missing detox here, really still. So basically, the library is done, except the like, just the final cosmetic parts of it. I've detox done. This crit chance is done, and rate of fire is done. Well, actually, no, rate of fire isn't done, but crit chance is done, so that one's important. Detox here, and the ARs and rifles I definitely have. So, well, briefly, vendor sort here, maybe something as well is that memento gets saved. I'm gonna mark all of these heartbreakers as junk. I'm just not gonna don't. Well, actually, no. What I'll yeah, no, I'll mark them all as junk, and I won't donate yet. Skill haste contractors. They already have a. Actually, this contract is better than the one I have already, so let's keep that one. And so we'll sort through this, and that'll basically be it for today. As I'll go through and I'll basically go take what I always do, a break, and then come back and see which heartbreaker pieces are the best. I'll hang on to those. I'll likely basically put the build somewhat together, just outline it, and then we'll leave it at that for this account for now, because I'll be moving back to the my first and second account of doing some stuffs over there. And as well, actually, so this account is already at 92. So they are pretty far. Yeah, I'll need to sort these already here. Actually, I can use a punch shrunk. I'm gonna put that punch shrunk and that contractor away. So don't lose those. So, I think that tiniest amount better. So I'll just put crit damage on this one. Although I don't even know why I would. I might make a DZ build just to go into the DZ. Oh, that's maybe the one thing we'll revisit this account for. Although maybe what I'll do is actually just do it sometime at some night, because yeah, there's a TDI card custom on the DZ South vendor. This vendor, which I may want to get, but that's 152 DZ credits. But I might one day after stream like go in really late and just farm around a little bit. But yeah, for now I'm gonna actually pop my exotic cache, and maybe if it's something that I didn't have, although yeah, the waveform is one that I still needed. But I might repay Toasty in kind with a different exotic as yeah, it's very much appreciated to get this one. But yeah, this makes tech tanks possible, and that is a big upgrade. Oh yeah, sorry, Salty. That's you guys. The thing is with both of your names, it's like it's with T at the end, so I quite often like because yeah, Salty, of course. I'll one that I don't need in the future one. I'll drop as repayment there. No, I mean that's. I can miss some exotic components, and as well, I won't be really expertising anything on this one. And I have a few too. There's already this account. Actually, well, that's 24 exotic components. Like it's going pretty fast. As we also have, of course, a bunch. And just to check as well as yeah, I have 1 to 20, 21 to 40, 41 to 60, and 61 to 80, and we're actually at floor 81 now. So I'll be getting the last part of this, the next run of a summit we do, which will be next week when with the fresh thing. And as well, yeah, if you were wondering how I know which ones, then nowadays they've added in this number at the end. So it goes vest 120 body armor. It's no longer just vest body armor. This 120 is just floor 1 to 20. This 2140 is floor 21 to 40. It's still a little bit convoluted that they've done it that way and not just put here in brackets floor 41-60. But of course, at least from this you can kind of discern quickly that like you have the part from this and then from this part, and then you can kind of quickly see which ones you're missing. As Toasty's making some black market M60. Actually, well, before we maybe because I will drop crypto, but and yeah, thanks very much to Salty, Toasty, Muddy, Soldier, and likely I'm forgetting someone as well that all ran together with me today. As I'll drop group here, I'll briefly, because yeah, we had the conundrum of the iron lung. Maybe let's answer that one. Although I don't really have the. Do I have the pieces to maybe easily get 100? Oh, actually, no, not on this account. Yeah, let's do it right. We'll do that real briefly still. I'm gonna swap accounts just so I have access to my actual stash, because what I preferably want to do is put the iron lung on together on a build where we end up at exactly 100 weapon damage with the Iron Lung as well. We'll likely have to optimize an Iron Lung that I own, but I'm willing to do that. As I think I already had one that was with crit chance, which was the stat I want for it anyway. And let's just get an exact base weapon damage for the bastard, as I mistyped my password 3 times in a row, so I'm actually going to look at my keyboard. Let's bring up as well then the burst and sustained mag tables of mine. Go into LMGs. We'll go at the bottom here. Let's see, we'll make a fresh calculation basically because, yeah, during PTS I did a quick dirty calc. Which is all the way at the bottom there, which is like unlegible as it was there, but I'll make it humongous. Which is that thing. Anyway, we're basically going to do a cleaner calculation of this. As I boot the game, and audio might break for a few seconds and take actually a few bytes. Note to myself, I should buy stuff that is requires less chewing. So I can more easily. Let me check if, yeah, audio is delayed. I'll fix that. As that should have fixed it. And actually, I do have actually smarter. Like, I've become a big fan of these like protein shake drink kind of things, as they are kind of meals in a bottle. Especially in settings of work, I like them. Come on, a lot faster. You would think of the. I'm trying to like go like I know how to make 100 weapon damage, right? But I always forget, actually. Because there's like at the start of every season, I go like, oh yeah, I do it, and then I go like, oh yeah, let's remember this one for the next time. And then of course I don't remember it for the next time. Let's start off by grabbing an Iron Lung, as I have several available to me on this account. Preferably one that is optimized to full, which this one is. It's optimized to be a fool. Completely a fool. Let's see. I just need to lose 2 blue cores and not have this bonus, right? That was the deal. Is there nothing matters except the red cores and the specific weapon damage. So here on the, let's be smart about it and do this so that it's actually in the first slot and much more easy to see. When I'm holding this weapon, I have 70 all weapon damage bonus. I have 30 light machine gun bonus. We're at exactly 100 weapon damage. meaning that when we go in here and alter this, like quickly set up number thing that I have there, we'll change that to be 100. We'll change the other one to be 108. 108.127. And this will, with the calculation as it is prepared there. So what it's basically taking is, if we click this, so this is taking this number of 108.127, which is coming just from the weapon stat screen, and we're dividing it basically as the calculation part of weapon damage plus specific weapon damage. So this is this 1 plus 100 as it is there. 1 plus 100, but then actually, well, so this of course is going like this first, because the vision is going first. The division is going first. So it's dividing this 100 by 100, giving 1. So it's 1 plus 1, and then dividing up against this thing. And yeah, it's actually, let me check here. So yeah, it is a 0.5. That is weird that they've gone with a 0.5. Because this is a new weapon, and they could have gone with any number. Does this number show up anywhere else? Have they copied this from somewhere? 5406 3 or 4. I mean 54 actually to begin with again. None of the LMGs have that as the base. Because usually they're reuse bases because it's just easy. You already have a number that kind of fits with the RPM. Just out of curiosity, let's look at some of the SMGs. So 54K for any of them, and then we'll go into the deeper numbers. But yeah, I don't even see a 54K on any of these. On ARs, I don't think there's a 54K one because I would kind of remember that, I feel. Nope. So most of the ARs I kind of know off the top of my head. So it's not a reused one, and it's a 0.5 one. So they could set this number. So there's a bunch of ones that are actually like this, that are ending on 0.5. And the reason for most of them so far has been that they've been recalculated and they're ending up a little bit weird. And that's also why I kind of had just forgo this and just round it up to a full integer, because that's what everybody else is doing. And whenever I've put, although nowadays I should just do it, I'm confident in my own calculations enough now that, because yeah, all of the other ones are doing full integer, so I was always like, okay, I'll just round it up, which is what they are doing as well, all of the other spreadsheets. But at this point, I should, because as well, for instance, MPX as well ends at a 0.5, Banshee ends at a 0.5. There's many weapons that end at 0.5, which is, weird. Let me, as I see chat moving there, and salad tastes. I mean, there is a literally version of these meal salads with bacon in it. So for those interested, you can have salad that tastes like bacon because there's actual bacon in. What does a 30 represent in F114? 30 where? Oh, this 30. Optimal. But I haven't taken the optimal of this. Actually, no, I have taken the optimal of this. It's a continuation of basically the rest of the like I've basically copied one of these fields over. So that's the optimal range. Actually, I've added incorrectly 30 meters, or I just copied it from something that had 30 optimal range and it was the same. Because, for instance, as well, what is the reload here stated as? Although I might have weapon handling on this build. Actually, I don't. 5.1. Yeah, 5.1. Although this is with... Yes, one of the things LMGs do have is that you actually, your mag doesn't take away... Well, I mean, this is exotic, so it doesn't have a mag that takes away 10% reload speed anyway, but you get to keep that 10% reload speed from the watch. It doesn't get negated from your... actually, I've done all of the other stats correctly. That's fine. But yeah, that 30 is just optimal ranges because I added that in at some point because I just wanted to have them there. And it's just the optimal range that is stated in the game. I'm not, because yeah, of course, weapons as well have like optimal ranges that are, some weapons are like this. They'll start their up, so this is 30 meters, and then it's, this one, for instance, is dropping off in this way, where it's like dropping all the way to 100 meters off. And a lot of some weapons work like that, and then other weapons like the FAMAS, they have a drop-off point, and then they'll reach the minimum a lot sooner before 100. And especially in the ARs, all of the scatter shot weapons, so the weapons that are a little bit more jumpy, have kind of that. Yeah, for instance, the Mark 16, the FAMAS, TKB, and stuff all have a little bit more like this, where they drop to this low number quicker. But for instance, the ACR, the G36, and such, they have this where they like drop off to 100. So technically, for instance, if you were shooting at longer ranges, a weapon like this would be better off than a FAMAS, because yeah, for instance, comparing it directly to a FAMAS, yeah, like dropping faster. But of course, you just shouldn't be outside of your optimal range. You shouldn't be shooting an AR at 40, 45 meters. Just closing the range is much smarter. Yeah, let me reach the rest. I got the option. No, I need to someone teach me that. Well, I mean, the healing is pretty easy. You just follow people around. It's more about positioning yourself. It's more about learning positions, like kind of keeping awareness of where your allies is, where your allies are, and that's kind of the play with it. It's instead of trying to figure out where enemies are, you're more concerned about where your allies are. And then it also becomes about like trying to predict when damage is going to happen. With a lot of players, you can kind of guess that like, oh, they're running over there. Oh, a wave just like, especially in missions or something, like a wave spawns there. And then you just like already prepare to like fire towards it and heal it. And yeah, well, the thing is indeed for a healer, you would, as Stacy says there, better off with a setup. Because yeah, I do have both versions in my build collection, but especially the Alps one is there because the other one requires kind of like a unicorn. Like if you want to do it perfectly, it requires a unicorn. But actually, just even having a repair skill roll on it and then recoring it to yellow so you can keep it on survivalist. The setup's 5% extra is pretty strong. The setup, but I would say recommend, yeah, just if you're giving up just one skill haste roll, it's not a big issue. You can just go with that. But yeah, for like full perfectness, you need a skill haste repair skill one, which is a unicorn piece, and like yeah, we've all seen how much those can hurt. I think actually even in the incursion one, I saw some people running. I think when I saw Dodd running it, he was running it as technician. I'm gonna guess there's some value maybe there. So meaning that you could even go with a blue core. Because actually as well for a lot of stuff you can actually go technician as well, and then just run it with a blue core, and then have just repair skill and then just put skill haste on it or have skill haste on it, and making it a much more easier piece to get. Because technician works fine as well, and you can especially the Faraday effect. It can be useful in some cases to avoid getting shocked or disrupted. But let me catch up here. As a lot of chats happened there. Technician ratify. As actually well, Toasty said there. So as you can go on technician. Yeah, BTSU is indeed. If you're going that hard into healing, like BTSU becomes a given. Supercharge is a super strong thing, so yeah, that's usually the reason for it. Technician for slasher. Oh, enemies are immune in there. Okay. I went to fire then. Doesn't need that kid to learning. Well, I mean, there are runs available if you're interested already in getting some incursions done. Dodd, I feel, has been hard at work getting people through the last few days. Every time he's been streaming, he's been getting given, yeah, getting some people through. Actually, well, if you want to, did you if you want that backpack, because this might still be shareable, I could go check in a second. If you want, because I likely won't make a full healer on that account, just because, yeah, I don't want to do way too many builds on it. I just want to have like 4 or 5 builds that I really need, and then the rest, yeah. We need this here as well. But yeah, so we have the Iron Lung here basically done. Just as well, just to check, because yeah, sometimes as well you can turn on the show base damage and get a truncated number here. You won't get the full number. You'll get 54.1k. And I'm guessing this, I can't even imagine, Azure would know better than that. That this is the number that they took? But why would you? Why, like, this number is always like, it's within 100 basically. And it's, yeah, it's not a number you can use. I'll actually send them a chat tomorrow or something and see how. Because did the other has this been updated? Well, it's not in the change log, but they might have actually added it in. Base weapon damage. As it's a little bit super zoomed in. As you saw the other one. Let me actually zoom it a little bit out. As it's also technically a Google spreadsheet, even though it looks a little bit different than some of the other ones. It is a light machine gun based on the MG5. No. I mean, it's not, yeah, not in here. Maybe it's under something. What would be a different, the G36? The new named one? Okay, yeah, that's not in here. So this hasn't been updated yet. But yeah, it's super weird that the Discord one is like, I really want to know where they pulled this number from, because it is weird. We're on 41.
I need to find that item.
Oh, 41's run's done, you mean? That's impressive. And yeah, indeed, I'm not actually going to use that salty. So I'll swap back over, because I actually just came over here to check the Iron Lung there. I'll leave that character dirty as that, with 2 pieces of Foundry equipped, because that's the meta, of course, as we have all as we've all seen with so many people running 2 pieces of Foundry for some reason. And of course, I'm doing it the right way on that build with running it together with glass, as that's the build they had equipped there. As I was using them last, actually, I was about to log into my main account once again, because I totally forgot what the email address is of this other one. Literally no more wings at all for warning. Nada. Oh, you mean for people calling for backup? Or answering calls for backup? Because yeah, usually at the start of a season, it's pretty slow because people are like doing other stuff. It's more usually towards the end of the season where, or more like midpoints of the season where people kind of get bored and go like, oh yeah, let's go get some wings. Oh, as I see there that the audio is completely borked. I'll fix that in a second. As yeah, there. Yeah, seeing as I don't know if it cut something out or something. Tomorrow, yeah, we'll do a warning run, and yeah, buddy, if you want in, and Salty, I feel both of you kind of wanted in on that one. Then we'll do that tomorrow. But yeah, I need one on my like the other alt, the second account. What's up actually that it hasn't timed out yet. But yeah, the time you spent logged out does not count for sharing. So sometimes you can like log out and like the next day still share it, because I mean not sometimes.
Safe area.
You'll just log in and then it'll still have the ability to be shared. I don't remember if it was in this hall. It was. Sadly, it has run through its timer. Was this one? No. Yeah, no. Sadly, this one can no longer be shared. It's no longer showing the icon and no longer showing shareable item. As yeah, we got it pretty early, so you have an hour to share it, I think. As we see from some of these timers. And yeah, we have exceeded that hour. But getting just a perfect opportunistic is just like it's usually not too hard to find one with repair skill, especially if you're keeping the blue core with either skill haste or repair skill. So we'll keep out an eye on that one. And yeah, there's plenty of times where we're going Usina hunting anyway, so hopefully get you one. But yeah, that's going to be very much it for me, as I think it's the full game. As I said, tomorrow we'll continue on. Do a warming run. I want to do one thing. I want to do as well. Actually, I don't know if you've already ran into Toasty or with people in Bro Squad. Has anybody gotten patches or gotten to like loop 11 where they would have gotten patches, and have they gotten new patches? But yeah, I would be interested in maybe actually doing. That's yeah. Well. Then we'll revisit this account then tomorrow as well. But yeah, first we'll do a warning run for my second account, and then we'll come back to this third account and maybe do Descent, because I kind of want to get some of the currency on them, just to do a run up to 11, basically get some currency on them just to get some of those. Bonuses unlocked, the permanent ones, so it's a little bit more easy, because start going into a descent and actually missing a bunch of your bonuses makes it a lot harder. So getting those bonuses in can be quite useful. So I want to get them a little bit. Yeah, I feel everybody's that like would do deeper runs into descent is kind of like doing other stuff, incursions, or just farming, or just leveling. So, but yeah, likely then as well, we'll do a run to 11, which shouldn't take too long afterwards. So for those maybe interested, and maybe as well if, as Salty was saying that he hasn't done the mode yet, well, we might drag you along and give you a little bit of a taste of it, and get you some of those as well. But yeah, time for me to go take a break. I'll come back and clean this, and then I'll go to bed as well. As tomorrow I'll work and get the damage calculation video out, which will finally be happiness. And then we'll likely Sunday or Monday do a Heartbreaker Tick Tank showcase live, as I'll get the numbers ready. Basically, I can copy most of the numbers over from the masterclass spreadsheet. Also, I was kind of like going, oh, I should maybe put some Elmo numbers on it and stuff. But of course, Elmo is completely not a thing that will work on it because you need you need the technician pulse laser. But I might actually do some numbers with putting the Kingbreaker against the M4 and the Carbine 7 with normal flatline and stuff. So we'll do stuff like that. And then of course it's not so much about its numbers, it's mostly just to show that, and then I'll take it into some gameplay. And likely, yeah, we'll take it through some summits, maybe put it up against maybe some rogues even or something, and then doing some solo PvE CPs or something, and then some group content in a mission or such. But yeah, that very much is a build I'm very comfortable with, so I feel I can just bullshit my way through through the entire thing. So I feel I've already done that with that build with the masterclass. But yeah, time to head off as I'm rambling. And thanks as well, Andy, to those that ran along. And I feel the only thing left to say is to all of you out there is to have a good night.